right. I made you wait long enough. I'm here. Are you here? I'm on a different live show now. We had a snowstorm. It's the sweetest song that you never heard. Kind of like a pair of wings without her. It's like someone who has everything. Just can't wake up with that dream. 3D glasses on. It's just a damn thing left to do. We got a big snowstorm here. Sorry for the delay. Hello. It's like a vision in your head. Worthless if you're dead. It's the sweetest song that you never heard. Kind of like everything. Drink. All right. There's a reason I'm playing this song. It's a source of pain and suffering, and I wrote about it. And I want you to commiserate with me. Peter had a beautiful wife, but didn't know the first thing how to treat her. Put her in a pumpkin shell, and needless to tell, but what the hell, it didn't go too well. Next thing you know, Peter's in jail. The pumpkin's up for sale. Lives are torn and tattered. The pictures have been shattered. I know this firsthand because I'm telling you about my own tale. Woo. Yes, I am. My own tale. This is today. The topic is, who in the world is Club ENTP? Who is Club ENTP? Who in the world is Club ENTP? That's the riddle. That's what we're here to discuss today, or at least that's what I'm here to discuss with you. And maybe you don't know who Club ENTP is, actually. You might think you know, but you don't know. Is Club ENTP Daparu the Crusha? No, I don't think so. Is Club ENTP Danny Roop? No, it's much more than that. No, I think that anyone who envisions a club doesn't associate it with a person. And I think that's what has conflated with my persona and who I am as an entertainer, as a figure in the public. And I am just trying to think of the best way to be heard here. So we do have a microphone. And since I had to up and leave everyone, there's at least someone here. So thank you for showing up. I'm sorry for the jumping around. I spent the whole day. Apparently, if I would have refreshed this whole system, then it would have been probably okay. But the snow blocked my satellite, and I'm in a big storm today. So if we just go out completely out of power, that's okay. I will see you on the flip. So hopefully that doesn't happen, because I want to spend like 2 hours or so with you guys. and I wanted to answer any questions that you guys have. I want to like have discussion about TI questions, mathematical questions. Throw me some good ones. I want to figure it out in my head and just display the best TI that I can, at least under these circumstances. So, anyways, that is coming up also. Will we be talking about a particular host in mind? Probably not. I don't have any intention of discussing any other YouTube content creators necessarily, but I'm open to hearing any kind of questions you might have about maybe perhaps other content creators of MBTI. That would be fine. I'm open to all kinds of questions. I just was weighed in the other day at 215 pounds, so I'm a bit over my weight. You can see I've turned into a marshmallow. And you're probably wondering, why am I dressed like this? I don't really know myself, except that when it snows, I want to go snowboarding or skiing or something outside. And, I like to wear nice clothing. And so I just turned off my heat and cranked up the studio. And here I am trying to converse with all of you. Now, let's see. We are also going to probably be entertained, hopefully entertained, by some musical creations that may be beneficial in explaining who Club ENTP is. Is it a man? Is it a myth? Is it a bunch of different people? Is it a Shakespeare? Hmm. I do think I protest too much. So I am thinking the answer, if there were enough people here, I'd probably get an educated guesstimation of what you think Club ENTP, who in the world is Club ENTP, is actually the title. And so that's what I'm going to continue to say. So, who in the world is Club ENTP? Is it Daparu the Crusha? Is it Dap? Is it Danny Roop? Or is it you? Is it you? Oh, but you're not an ENTP. Oh no, I totally get that. No, it's my club. It's Club ENTP belongs to an ENTP. So that means anything can happen. And I should have called it Club MBTI, which would have been really smart to do. And then it would have been all inclusive, and then it wouldn't have been the same show that I had thought of. And so I considered Club MBTI, and I still may turn this into Club MBTI. I don't know. Depends on if it's a good marketing decision. It has nothing to do with any other factor, be that as it may. So I hope you all were able to enjoy the amazing guest that I had on, Captain Brian from the Gen Zennial. I finally know how to say it properly because it's forever etched in my mind now, the Gen Zennial. Make sure you check that out on the internet of things in YouTube, of course. He has a great show on Monday. I was going to come on Monday, but I was so you have no idea that I sound like I've been smoking 10 packs of cigarettes a day for a week, because when I get into the creative mode, I am I'm really consumed with it. You see all of the details that I put into the animation, the sound it generates, that engineering and all that great fun things that I think keep people really fascinated, hopefully entertained. And, I realize the attention span of the average individual is less than my koi in my koi pond. So I don't know if it's 7 seconds anymore, probably due to more social media. It's probably around 2.5 seconds, I would venture to guess. And it used to be my business to know as an advertiser. So I need to know how to keep you all engaged, fascinated, thrilled, informed, always thinking, because that's my goal. I don't want things to be always the same. I don't want the same routine day after day. Every show is different. I change it up with my background. I put different curtains in almost every time now. And so it's like, what if I can dream it, I'm going to do it. I'm not going to be lazy about it. I'm an artist. So artists art, and I do a lot of art, and it's about 16 hours a day for me. So when I go to sleep, I only get maybe 4 or 5 hours of sleep. And in my sleep, I'm editing video, I'm doing animation, I'm writing music, I'm making incredible music. I mean, in my dreams, I wrote a song about it actually. It's called In My Dreams. Let's see. We'll have that in the background. If you know who that is? No, you don't. It is Pim. That is Pim Palian. That is not Daparu the steampunk. Newsflash, I'm Daparu the steampunk. So enjoy this. Hopefully you've seen the music video. It's on my music video playlist. So check it out. Not right now, but afterwards, maybe you can go in and start to do some binge watching if you're bored, and each one of these songs has a really deep meaning. I don't sing just for commercial purposes. I think that I want to tell you all a story about who in the world Club ENTP is. Okay. And it's not me. It's not Daniel Patrick Roop. It's not Daparu de Crusha. It's not anyone, but it's everyone who wishes to be involved in the group. It's free, it's fun, and hopefully it's frequent. So that's what I'm going to be increasing my frequency here. And I see there's some people that are waging in. Is that waging in or no? That's not waging in. And then I love you too. So hope you know that. I'm gonna have to get out my my glasses. Now 3D glasses. You all know, I hope by now, we're going 3D, people. 3D. So, all right. Got some interesting people out here. Misfortune? Misfortune. If it wasn't for misfortune, you'd have no fortune at all. All right. You're liking the outfit. Thank you very much. This was a gift from a very, very, my best friend's wife actually gave this to me. So, Mary, shout out. You're awesome. She's an artist. You'll see. Sometimes you guys put in acronyms, and because I am very unplugged in this whole entire, believe it or not, technology and I are like oil and water, but I've had to use it and learn it, so I have the ability to. But when you write to me, please don't abbreviate. If you abbreviate and I don't know what it is, it'd be like, okay, that's going to be really sounding like shit when I try to answer it. So just if you want, ask complete questions, don't abbreviate, because I am not good at this. Believe me, reading is not my, I read all the time, but in front of an audience, it is extremely frustrating. And I would love to talk about that some more. So, Misfortune, thank you for weighing in. I appreciate it. No INFPs allowed. My mama is an INFP. I love INFPs. Okay, in my opinion, thank you. So when you say gatekeep, you don't think ENTPs will gatekeep for those who knock on the door? That's an abstract idea. So I'm curious as to what you mean by that exactly. Maybe you mentioned it, but What rule, Karma? Karma's pimp. When did you always already break? Oh my god. Oh, you did that? Shut my I don't know what SMH means, so not even gonna guess. See, I'll guess. I'll just start guessing like, might come out pretty bad. So shouldn't do that. All right. What is up, guys? Thank you for showing up. Appreciate it. How's my vocal? Can you hear me? Is the music too loud? Is it too quiet? Tell me. Exactly. Miss Fortune was saying just because it's Club ENTP doesn't mean that other types won't pop in. Well, I want them to do more than pop in. I want them to stay because this just got started 2 years ago. I just celebrated my 2-year birthday as Club ENTP host. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit more. Why do I go by Daparu to Crusha? You probably don't know this, but I will tell you. So I have been Daparu to Crusha since 1984. I was a young 14-year-old, 13-year-old break dancer, teaching myself how to break dance in a little town called Battleground, Washington, where nobody knew what this was. It was something from New York, and we were watching people spinning on their heads on beta. It's like VHS but better, and we froze frame to see how to do it, and we taught ourselves how to do it, and I went by the name Thin Ice. And back in those days, we had the what do you call them, the wrap offs, and so we would put one another down all the time, and it was a lot of fun. But one day, the friend that I started the breakdance club with, because I ended up making it a group at my school my freshman year, he he roasted me in a rap saying they call you Thin Ice because you're weak, and it's like, oh. So I'm like, I can't have that name anymore. So I just took my full name, Daniel Patrick Roop, and just took the first two letters, Daparu. So I'm Daparu. And the Crusha is because I used to crush breakdancing, popping, rapping, locking, dancing. And then I became a singer at the age of 17. I taught myself how to sing. And then at the age of 18, I decided to release uh, or to become a musician, a recording artist. So I bought my first studio when I was 18, and it was just from that point on because I had been in high school a performer for not just my high school but also contests. We were doing sponsorship for all the major libraries in the Clark County, which is a huge county. We were doing a lot of different Jeans Machine, Jeans Northwest. We were sponsored by the Gap. It was really cool. We had cool clothes. It was great. That lasted for a few years. I made a lot of money doing that as a teenager, and it was ridiculous. So we did all kinds of things. So that stuck with me. So Daparu, the Crusha. I go by DAP, just for short, and so that's why I go by Daparu to Crusha. I don't go by Club ENTP. I'm referred to as Club ENTP as though I am not a human, that I don't have a persona, that I am this club. I am not the club. You are the club. I'm in the club with you. I just happen to have built the walls, opened the door, and I'm letting you in. Okay, so people are talking. Good. I'm glad. Let me read some of these. That's my problem is I go back and I read over what was already done. It's a big mistake. I should just have my computer read it for me, you know. So that way I can go along with it. Oh, I can't hear it. Never mind. Hmm. Okay, so my microphone is not, you're not loving it. Okay, let me, I should just hold it because, I can, no problem. And does that sound better, guys? Yeah, it's an origin story. Um, Thank you. And also, don't forget that Club ENTP is going to be in 3D. Trust me, it's going to be uh, cool. All right. So I've been doing all of my new shows. Everything I've been doing has been done for 3D, but I haven't uploaded it yet. So give me some time on that. But uh, I will be sending out the Club ENTP 3D glasses with Carl the squirrel somewhere in there, and that'll be coming up too. So in case you don't have the red blue shift glasses, you will be able to go online and order them from me at some point. So that'll be coming up, and see what else do we have. The vocals. Okay, yeah, my vocals. It's clear to me. Good. All right. Misfortune says that the vocals are decent. Excellent. And I kind of like this, just the green screen when I do my lives, because when I do my production, I've got, fantasy land behind me, okay? And when I'm coming at you live, I am going to be coming at you just from the hip. I'm not scripted because a lot of people they see three different characters on my show. They see Daparu to Crusha, which is my persona. There is that's the entertainer. Then you see Daparu, just plain old Danny or Dan or Daniel, whatever you want to call me, or Dap. I went by Daniel also a lot. That's, you know, I used to record under that name. So it was a lifetime ago. So now I want to give you the rundown of what what I've been talking about all this time. I always bring up the word suffering, and I always assign that suffering with a lot of value. Okay. And I think that it's probably not, maybe not translated well for a lot of people. They might they might not realize that it doesn't mean that I had a traumatic childhood, that I have suffered in my life to develop character. I didn't suffer until I was much older and married, actually. So, and I think that it there's no regrets, obviously. I think that it was important for me to be disillusioned by my own self, my own persona. I was I was 25 when I first married my first wife. I was just about to sign a contract with Original Man Entertainment Group out of Philadelphia, and they were going to manage my career as a musician. And I was really excited about it. They paid a lot of attention to me. They spent a lot of money on me, and they gave me a really interesting contract. But I had lawyers looking them, details. I wasn't happy with all of the details. They were kind of frightening, to be honest. I could talk about that another time. It's not interesting to me right now. What's interesting to me is to share with you what occurred because of the music industry that I was so destined to participate in. I believed that it was just a matter of releasing albums, that it was going to be a worldwide venture. I had my tour already planned out, starting in Romania and then touring around uh, Europe, and then to India, and then the Soviet Union at the time. I mean, it was way back in the time. So, excuse me. So, what was, I ended up getting married, to have a wife, to go on the road, and when things just were ready to take off and I was ready to sign that one of three contracts, she gave me an ultimatum. It's either me or the music, and I chose her, I said, but I did it in a way that was not sensitive. I was an a-hole. And, you know, I I yelled at her, I'm gonna regret like, if I choose you, I'll resent you for the rest of my life." Well, that wasn't a smart thing to say. And it was maybe a week, 10 days later, she was gone. And I didn't believe that she would ever leave. We were living in Gresham, Oregon, in a 5-acre, beautiful forest with 2 streams on both sides, big house, and I thought, "There's no way she's gonna leave me," and she left me, and I didn't know where she went. For 2 weeks, I had people from Seattle, Washington calling me and going, "Hey, man, what's going on?" Because I used to do a lot of gigs in Seattle, and they saw my wife, and they're like, "Hey, do you have a baby?" I'm like, "Yeah, I have a baby." She took my little girl with her, and so it was very troubling. And so here I am, I'm alone in this big mansion and living alone. Now I don't know where my wife is. I don't know where my daughter is. I just hear rumors that she's in Seattle. And I was still trying to live out my dream. I had big shots coming over to the studio and it was and I just couldn't do it. I I just said I had to leave everything and broke my lease on the property and put everything in my storage and drove to Seattle. And the first day I spent in my car, just I didn't have a place to live at the time. Just went up to try and be close to my wife and child. And this was the beginning of the suffering. And this is what I want people to know, that when you're going through heartbreak, you should just count yourself blessed, because you're going to go through something that you would ordinarily would never have the opportunity to teach you about who you really are. And I think that's the most important thing, is to finally, on this journey of life, is to find out, who are you? You're not Club ENTP. I'm not Club ENTP. You're not a secretary. You're not a manufacturer. You're not what you do. You're not even what you dream. Oh, do you know what you are? Because often we think that the dream is who we are, and that's not who we are. Who we are is selfish, maybe a little too ambitious. Maybe we are lazy. Maybe we're lustful. Maybe we're greedy. Or maybe we're all of these things to some combination. Or maybe you're just perfect and there's nothing wrong with you, and, you know, you can go on your way and sprinkle fairy dust around where you go and think that you're making everyone's life better by your just breathing. Well, maybe more complicated than that. But when when I was faced with the reality that, wow, my beautiful wife has destroyed my beautiful life. And how could you love someone and hate them so much at the same time? And then you're so vulnerable because you have a 1.5-year-old little girl in the middle of it. And now you have to play the game differently. You have to now suddenly come to terms with who you are. And it's not without meditation. It's not without self inspection and introspection. It is not going to happen unless you're suffering. You're not gonna look for the reason why are you lost when you don't think you're lost. You think you're in the right place, you're dreaming. I'm bringing everybody down now. There's 2 people in the room, huh? Okay. 3. 3 is it's, you, me, and you. Okay. Well, we're talking about O-Town. I don't know what O-Town is, Karma's Pimp. I don't watch TV. I have it's for me, watching TV, even though I have, like, I don't know, maybe, like, 6 of them. Um, to me, it's a sin to just waste time when I could be doing something different, so I don't know anything about any series or what, okay? It is funny because I'll tell you a little story, okay? Alright, I don't even wanna tell the story, but it's kinda funny. I don't wanna say it because right now, this man and this family needs prayer. If you pray, um, I'd like for you to pray for the family of the Roloffs. And Zach, the star of the show, one of the stars of, Little People, Big World, has been undergoing, some traumatic surgery to the brain, and I had just met him just a little over a month ago, and, 'cause I had never seen the show before, but I was told, "You have to watch the show because there's some drama in there," and I'm like, "Okay, I'll watch it." It's been on for 17 years, okay? So, I've never watched the show, and the first time I watched it, the father of Zach Roloff chose not to sell the property for the price that or whatever. It was a very sore subject, and there was a lot of drama, and I was told, "This is just so upsetting." So I watched it, and the first show, Zach said, "Yeah, we're moving to Battleground." And I'm like, "Well, there's synchronicity. I know we're gonna meet because, I'm all over this town in Battleground." So I'm at the park, I'm at the, in town, it's a small town. So I'm like, "I'm gonna bump into this guy." Well, I watched the show again, and I noticed a road, and it looked familiar to me, and my intuition was kinda going, "Tick, tick, tick, you've seen this road before." It was a gate, or a fence and a white roof, and I was like, "I think I know where that place is." So I drove on intuition, and I drove right up to the house, and there it was. It's like, "That's the house on the show." Well, I didn't go introduce myself. I didn't go empty-handed. I went back, bearing gifts and let them know that I've really felt the the, um the purpose. There's some reason why. There's some reason. Things don't always just happen by happenstance or coincidence. So, I'm here to help. Hopefully, I'll be able to help him in some way. So, but right now I am almost sick to my stomach when I heard the news that he was in the hospital. So prayers going out to Zach Roloff. Uh, you know, a lot of you probably have seen him, from Little People, Big World. He's now not too distant from me, about a mile and a half, 2 miles away. So, anyways, I believe in synchronicity, and I expect things will happen. And I think all of you should expect things to happen if you have a good purpose behind it. For instance, when I was going through all this turmoil in, I gave up my career, moved to Seattle, and started working in produce up in Issaquah. Uh, when that happened, I listened to one album, and it was from Everclear, "So Much for the Afterglow," which was so poetic for my marriage. I was just newly married and had the whole thing completely fall apart after just about 2 years. Just about the length of this show, maybe 2 years and 3 months. So, when when that happened, I said to myself, because the music on Art Alexakis's album, he's the lead singer of Everclear, he was talking about "Father of Mine," "Where Have You Been?" That you've all seen it. It won that year, it won MTV's number 1 band, rookie band of the year. They were just incredible, and they had all these hits coming out, and I prayed one day, I go, "God, please let me meet him and let me tell him how much his music meant to me and how it got me through such a dark, dark time." And it happened. It happened, like, just a few months afterwards, and And he wanted to know, I wanted to know how things went with his relationship because in the album, he's going through divorce and there's a little girl involved, a child. And and so I did everything I could to keep in my child's life. And and so did he. And you could tell it's like, oh, the emotions come back when I think about that. And I was so blessed to be able to see him. And I never told him at the first, I didn't tell him that I was even in the music industry because that's not the agreement. I asked God, let me tell him how much his music meant to me. And I told him the whole situation. I told him all the details, all of them. And he asked me, how did it work out? And I said, it's great. There she is. She's right there. And he goes, "Oh, that's good. I'm glad that it worked out." I go, "How about you? Did it work out with yours?" He goes, "No, it didn't work out." And I'm like, "Oh, that's too bad." I was thinking, he became a big star and he moved up to the West Hills in Portland. And, he lived in Portland too. So wasn't that far off that I would bump into him. And so when I did say what I had to say to him, I asked him how it went. And he goes, "No." I said, "I'm sorry that it didn't work out with his wife." He goes, "No, don't be." He goes, "That's my wife over there." He pointed like she was over there, you know, uh, standing near my wife. It's like, "Oh, okay, good job," and I hope. And I saw him again later on, and afterwards, I did tell him about the music industry and my relationship in it. But it felt good to not say because I was just giving up on that whole lifestyle. I had told my then wife that I would never go back into the music industry, and I had written over 2,000 songs at that time, and so it was a hard thing to do, but it was the right thing to do, and then in the end, after 12 years, the relationship deteriorated, not by, a choice of my own, except, I did choose this time instead of working things out with her, I chose to get lawyers and divorce, and was very happy, and we're, still on very good terms. Um, but that's just the tip of the iceberg when I tell you the suffering began at that point when your wife treats you like a second-class citizen and your love, the thing that you love most, is turned against you as a weapon. And it's a conflict of emotions inside of you, especially for an ENTP who doesn't think on an emotional level. When emotions hit me, I don't know what to do with them. I don't know how to classify them or categorize them at that point in my life. I had to overcome that through therapy and marriage counseling with my first and second wife. So I learned all the key, phrases and things like that. But why don't I do this? Let me plug in this little device because I wasn't going to. Yes, I am an unrefined train wreck right now because things have not gone swimmingly tonight, but they might. So we'll see. Uh, right now, you're listening to the soft sounds of Daparu to Crusha, some of the instrumentals. I hope you guys have been able to watch my music videos. It's not all about MBTI with me. Let's see if I can do this. So I'm going to read your guys's. I'm going to have the computer do it. Okay, misfortune is. Let me try and do this.
Vulnerability is a good thing. Down or up, it's still exploring.
Right. And that's being vulnerable. That was from misfortune, is really what I want to do. I don't want to be false. I don't want to have a fake exterior. I don't like being Daparu to steampunk and Daparu to Crusha. I like being myself. It's a lot easier. And I do all that to be able to come to you and speak with you and share my mind, share my experiences. So I do believe that there's value in that. And if we can keep continuing to grow the MBTI community, the sky is the limit, and there is no limit. So I'm glad that Misfortune is able to speak with Karma's pimp while I'm going on a rant. That's good. So yeah, it was Misfortune. It was through prayer, I believe, that led me to Art Alexakis. And right before I met Art Alexakis, I met Pat Boone. He was wearing bright yellow leather pants, and it was 100 degrees in Issaquah up by Seattle. And yeah, we hung out. So that was kind of cool. Um, I met a lot of really, really interesting people in my life, some famous people that you know. I used to live in California, so I had a lot of experience with people down there. Mm, I have some really good stories, but I'm not telling you tonight. Oh, Mr. Bobby. I almost said Master Bobby. That wouldn't be good. I have one master.
Essentially, I'm surprised you know about it. Hi, Karma's pimp.
Okay, so I think Mr. Bobby was talking to somebody else. I don't know. So if you guys wanna like me to see anything, put Club ENTP so I know to read it because I don't want to read through it. This is not going to make very interesting video. It's just not. It won't. So if you guys have anything you want to talk to me about, just put Club ENTP and then I know to read it. So you guys can talk amongst yourselves. I'll just be over here. No, I'm kidding. So you guys want to know about this guy? This is Pim. Pim, it's not really Pim. Palian is his last name, but he's a cartoon. All right. Aye. Yes, thank you. See, then I can see it. And it's bright orange like my jacket here. So but yeah, this is a character that I created called Pim. And you may be seeing little figurines that I'll be hopefully creating very soon, 3D printing. So, but yeah, Pim Palian is a character that I think everyone's gonna love. What's good? Says Levi Samuels. Oh man, that's an easy question. What's good? Not me, not you, not nobody, not nothing. Nothing's good, but maybe God is good. Yeah, that is the only thing that's good I could say. Because if you want to give everything the term good, then nothing's really good. Even bad things, it's good. Like because I'm bad, now bad is good. See, I mean, it's like we should, keep words originally their true meaning, or just make up new ones. Okay. Um, so yeah, I like that. I can see it so much better. The bright orange, it's like pops. So let me get some. You guys want to know that this is my concoction here. I've got like ginger root ground up and powdered ginger and lemon, cinnamon, honey. Just great. It's really good. Straight from the ground. It's a underground river running underneath me right now. Thousands and thousands of gallons a minute. I don't know. Anyways, so getting back to that point where I was now faced with, I'm gonna pull this up. I was faced with the reality of being, my then wife having to be in a relationship with, somebody that was constantly touring, doing the music, going to clubs, places she wasn't even really able to get into a lot of the times because, when I married her, it's like, she was just about turning 18. So, and Romanian, it's like, they pushed us to get married in 6 months. So we were married very quickly. And she didn't speak a whole lot of English, but, I speak Romanian. So it was easy and fun for us to communicate. But I would say something in Romanian, and she'd say something back in English. So we would practice, so, um, but yeah, it's like, I was very explicit. I said, I am marrying you because I want to have a wife when I go on tour. That was the whole point of getting married. So when she's like, either me or the music, it's like, wait a minute, that is not cool. And I thought too highly of myself. I thought that, because I'm living in this big, beautiful, 6-bedroom mansion on 5 acres, and, she's never going to leave me. This is brand new Berber carpet, brand new oven, dishwasher. Everything was like renovated, a beautiful home. I was like, she's not going to leave me. And well, it turns out that my personality was not conducive for her. She was an ENFJ, an ENFJ. And both of my exes were ENFJs for some reason. But I won't pick from that tree again. Both of them from Romania too, originally. So it is what it is. And I hate that term. It ain't what it ain't. So getting to come to terms with, wow, I put my wife through this so much that she didn't want to live in this beautiful place and have an opportunity to go all over the world and tour, it- and people were, coming up to me and getting autographs, and it was cool, like, hey, I felt really like I'm just waiting to, become a multimillionaire. I'm just waiting. It's like it's gonna happen. And because of that just belief, uh, it was a slow start. I had to go in to become. I didn't want to have a manager. I wanted to do it myself. I finally broke down and I'm like, okay, now I have to get a manager. So I had 3 contracts to choose from. Original Man Entertainment out of Philadelphia was like that was the one. They were knocking down my door. My music videos were playing worldwide on satellite, and which satellite was brand new. It was crazy. I had three music videos out on one particular station that was going all over the world. BMI Records was sending me, my little royalty checks. I didn't say chicks. I promised my mom I would stop saying chicks. Okay, what is this? Misfortune says, why not the ENFJ tree? Okay, and might as well say the Romanian tree or even the woman tree, then no, my door swings just one way and swings just fine. And I am actually not even interested in any kind of a relationship at this point in my life. I've been single for 15 years and I've raised my children as a single father, my 2 kids. So my first ex-wife, she was totally cool with having me raise the kids up in the Northwest. We were all down in San Diego and Orange County, and life was good and had a lot of fun down there. And but yeah, I'm just really uh, I hope that anybody new that comes in, if they've got some question, they can alert me because I don't want to stare at words. I hate letters with no word like sound behind them. I like to hear. So I'm a very audible person. I'm not a visual person. I am so low in my sensory that like I listen. I can pick up languages extremely fast because it's it's a brain function. I don't know. It's like people are like, "Wow, you pick things up pretty quickly." And you might be talking with me and I might be, listening to you. You might say something and I might just go off like, "Whoa," and think about all the possibilities with that one thing you're saying. And I'm listening to you subconsciously, but I'm not hearing you at the moment. And then I come back and I go, "Okay, now I rewind and I can hear your voice and I know what you're saying." You've seen like when I did the test for TI with the Genzennial, you can see where my my thinking process is quickly, I want to say the answer super fast and without really thinking about it. So he said, "What is, 437 times 3?" And I was like, "Okay, I'm 400." I'm thinking, "Okay, 400, that's 1,200 right there, so that's easy." So then my mind is now occupying doing something completely different, which is dealing with all of the underlying issues and the anxieties and the history of the TI questions and all this, so that I end up falling on, using my FE and, you know, using that to schmooze people and change the subject because it's like, okay, unless I have to do math in my head, I like doing math in my head. So when he said then, okay, it's 437 times 3, I'm like, okay, well then that's easy. It's 3 times 90 is, I mean, 3 times 30 is 90, and then 7 is 21. It's like I was, thinking, okay, it's 1,311. But that's why I kind of wanted people to ask me some mathematical questions. Like, for instance, like take a six-figure number, in the hundreds of thousands, an obscure number, and then let me look at it, and then I'll determine the difference between that number and 1,000,000 and just do it in my head. So, does anybody have a six-digit number you want to give me, and I'll just tell you the difference? Just kind of get my mind kind of in the mode to think like that. It's like, okay, it's my second function. TI is so. Anybody? Sick? Come on, just pushing six numbers at random. Anyone? No? Okay, you guys don't want to play that game? All right, never mind. Unless I see one. But I would like to do that. I like to play games. I like to play mind games. Okay, there it is. It's 653,744. That's a great number. So I'm gonna go with it's 300,000. So I just know right off the top, I'm looking at it 300 and something thousand. But okay, you guys stop moving the thing. I can't see it's far away. All right, so you've got 500. So 5, 6. I wish I could write this down. So it's 340. 340. Man, my attention is going. All right. Let me get back into my thought here. So the difference between 653,744 is, I want to say roughly, is 304,000. I don't know. I'm gonna give up now because you guys are moving the thing and you guys are writing. You should have put elevator music in while. Yeah, I've got elevator music playing right now. As a matter of fact, that's some of my music from a really kind of a cool project I was working on. But all right, so let me keep going on this. Okay, so I know it's going to be. So it's going to be, the end is going to be 56. So it's 34,000. something 56. 34,256, I think. So how did I do? Did I say it right? I'll repeat it. Let's see. 346, 50, 56. Is that right? Yeah. Yep. That's all I got. That's my best shot. So how'd I do? Anybody? Anybody with a calculator? Do another one, an easier one. Oh, I don't want to bore everybody. I mean, I'll, do something else. But we've gotten almost into 1 hour of the live stream. So, and I can go back to talking about the most important thing, instead of trying to prove to everyone that I'm an ENTP, that I have TI as my second function. There's nothing else I can be. There's nothing else I can be. I would like to do some challenges. Anybody out there, which I know there's one person out there, I won't mention his name, who says that they can test as anything that they want, like they can test as an INFJ if they want to, by answering the questions like an INFJ would answer them. I would love to see somebody do that. I would love to see somebody do that, because I don't think I could do that. And I'm a pretty good actor, but I don't think I could do that. I think maybe someone might be able to do that. I would love to see it happen, so they can get on Cloverleaf and take a real quick quiz. Do it live. And let's see if you can really do that. I could try it, but I'll tell you what, it's hard. You can't be consistent, All right. Misfortune says, I can game the test too. Oh, you can game it. All right. I want to see that. I see the question and know what they are going at, or what they're getting at. Well, yeah, but I mean, you got to be in a different cognitive place in your mind when you answer questions as like you're faking it. It's so much harder to lie than it is to tell the truth. There's so much more energy in telling a lie than there is in telling the truth. So, yeah, I love that. That these are good questions. So, I'm just glad that it's finally on. I mean, that first few minutes, I was like, "What's going on?" I had this whole thing planned out, and I don't know if it must have been from my satellite getting all that snow. And right now, I've got 6 inches of snow outside. So I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going skiing. I'm not going even in my backyard if I can I love to look at the snow. I just don't like to be in it. It's too cold. I like hot places. So anybody from any hot places? What's the hottest place you've ever lived? Anybody? Anyone? Yeah, I think if you live in Florida, you win. But anyways, any moving back, because like I said, I keep getting deterred here. Not deterred. Deflected, I think. Misdirected. All right. Here we go. There's your elevator music. And so when I was in the state of self-actualization and realization, then you live in Canada. You love you love in Canada. I'm not asking where you love. I'm asking where you live. Okay, not the warmest place. No, most of the time. But I've been to Canada many times. There's beautiful places up in BC, and really love it up there in Vancouver, British Columbia. I'm down here in Vancouver, USA. I'm not in Vancouver, but I'm just over the bridge, about 45 minutes from Portland, Oregon. North, Battleground, beautiful place out here. Not afraid to say it, because I'm well protected. I don't think anybody would even want to mess with me. I don't think that'd be wise. No, but I live in a fortress, so yeah, it's not an accessible place for anyone. So home sweet home. I like being safe and I like being in nature. And yeah, so I tried to upload a video of the snow in my backyard with the koi pond all frozen over and snow and everything. Not completely frozen over, but it was just so beautiful. But I'm not as handy with the YouTube at this point, but I'm actually going to be doing a lot of really cool things with the Facebook, or not sorry, the Facebook, the YouTube with a whole cool system. So I'm learning. When I started this thing 2 years ago, uh, I had absolutely no idea what I was doing, and you can see in the very very first episode, the sound was horrible. I mean, it looked like I filmed it with a calculator. It was really bad. Um, but you know, eventually the next I get better lighting, a better sound, better cameras, all that stuff. So just trying to continue to create better and better. I mean, we teach ourselves. ENTPs, we teach ourselves what we need to learn. We don't need to get lessons from anyone. We just dive in. Maybe we don't dive in too deeply. That's a lot of our problem. But a lot of times we just want to get the quick fix and solve get a solution to our problems. Quick one, if it's duct tape or if it's zip ties or whatever it is, quick and now and fast. We don't really care about how it looks necessarily. But when you're an ENTP that's worked in the advertising industry, production, graphics, music videos, sound engineering since 1987, your show, whatever you produce, should look decent. And, just because I'm an ENTP doesn't mean I'm going to have, trash all over the place and everything's going to be looking like hell or dressed like a slob. When I'm not on camera, I'm dressing like a slob. I just was wondering today, like, I've got so many clothes and I can't wear them because they've all got stains. I mean, I don't think that, they say ENTPs are clumsy sometimes, but I don't think clumsy, really physically clumsy, but we don't pay attention to things like, we don't think about, oh, I just dropped food on my shirt. You're not thinking like that. You're just thinking your head is in the clouds, and so yeah, I have a problem with getting my clothes just completely destroyed. So I go through them pretty fast, but I have a farm out here. It's a ranch, so I get dirty all the time, and then so my nice clothes turn into work clothes. So I have a lot of really nice work clothes to work on my garden and be out there with the fish and beautify and landscape. And it's a lot of hard work. You don't realize that 5 acres of land it's a job taking care of it, especially making sure it looks good, looks like a park, and weeding and all that stuff, so, but that's it takes work. I've thought many times just to just liquidate everything and go live in in the city. I could never do that. But it would be so much easier. You don't have to do all the gardening and all the weeding and landscaping and pruning trees. And I've got 155 cherry trees out here. It's just like, where do you begin? I've got a vineyard with 3 different kinds of grapes. It's like, you got to keep every year pruning them back. And if you don't, they get out of hand. They don't grow right. It's like, do you really want to live in the country? Well, it's better than living in the city. Oh, hey, Gen Zennial's here, man. Does Gen Zennial know that I'm not even able to respond unless you put Club ENTP in bright orange? Because But thank you for being here, brother. I really had a great time with you, man. Um, Jen Zenial actually just turned out to be one of my favorite all-time guests because he is so intelligent. He is a very, very good arguer. Yeah, I mean, not arguing, but debating. I think that he presents a different perspective than people that I'm used to dealing with, and I'm in a very conservative area in this part of the country, and I don't get to hear a lot of the progressive ideas from some of my friends and or some of the people in other parts of the country. But you know, politics aside, I like who Brian is. Captain Brian is who I'm referring to him from Gen Zennial, and it's a lot of fun to find somebody that's not afraid to tell you you're full of shit. I love that. That is like so refreshing because a lot of people they don't want to say, oh, that's not really a good idea, Dap. No, just tell me the truth. Is it a good idea? Is it a bad idea? But Captain Brian will tell you the flat out truth. And so I appreciate him putting up with the last topic that we had. We were talking about sigma versus gamma males, and I know what Brian's thinking. He's like, this is all just bullshit. All the math. You're probably when you saw the math that I told you the monologue was already written, and I had all this mathematical stuff that I was thinking about. This one in a million, and at that point I was like, he's going along very nicely. So you played along very well, but I know it was all bullshit. Math is just it's so subjective. Okay, so Misfortune says Clubby NTP for him to see it with Mr. Bobby for him to see it. Don't know what it is. Oh, the show? Maybe. Mr. Bobby, loving the 80s look. Thank you. Hey, I'm telling you, man. I used to have these oversized things with the moon boots, even back in the 80s. Uh, somebody's crying. That's too bad. This is not a place to cry, but what is Gen Zennials? I'm 1978, Bridge 7882. So I just want to say thank you again to the Gen Zennial uh, on YouTube. Love his show. It's always super, super well done, and I'm looking at his show going, okay, I see what he's doing there. There's some really good techniques that he's using. So I've been meaning to like bug him offline. Hey man, what's the program that you're using for that? What is it? An OSB, something like that, a program. But I'm gonna not bother you guys with the details of us YouTube content creators behind the scenes. It's very boring. Oh, Mr. Bobby says, Clubby and TP, a person from the 1950s would say, you, a sailor. Why you got a life preserver? Because it looks like a lifesaver, doesn't it? I wore a green hat. That's what I was for Halloween. I don't like to dress up for anything. I'm like, okay, I'll go as a lifesaver. So when people go, what are you? I go, I'm a hero. They go, what do you mean you're a hero? I'm like, yeah, I'm a lifesaver. Yellow. Anyways, but yeah, it's pretty bright. I wanted to brighten you guys up. And it's snowing like mad out here. I love it. It's beautiful. And but yeah, man, I've got to get used to this interaction with you guys so I can, flow with it more. I'm always thinking entertaining, and it's sometimes hard for an ENTP to shut up either. So when we close our mouths, sometimes when we're dealing with an audience, we're not okay with being cool, calm, and quiet like uh, host Brian is the Gen Zennial. He was so cool. OBS, there it is. OBS, not OSB. Thank you, Gen Zennial. But yeah, this is something that I'm super excited about because I have a whole bunch of ideas that you guys are going to be seeing, and also there's going to be 3D. Remember, I'm going to have the 3D glasses. We'll be able to mail those out to you guys. And so the show will be done in 3D also, not just 3D, but I'll have a separate playlist. So Becky T writes in, Club ENTP, you look like you're ready for whitewater rafting. I love it. Yeah. Where's my paddle? I mean, my paddle. Oh, it's that way. It's downstream. Yeah, I lost my paddle and I'm up the creek. So thank you though. Yeah, it does look like I'm ready to go through some class 5 rapids. By the way, I have class 5 I live on a beautiful river that's called the Lewis River, and we have class 5 rivers, or I'm sorry, waterfalls just north from here. You just, northeast from here. So there's a lot of I'm out in the rivers all the time. So you will probably see me with some, GoPro on doing some rapids, shooting some rapids soon and doing it in 3D because I'm doing a lot of 3D stuff just to, I'm going to be going into thank you. Yeah, the 3D glasses are dope. But I'm also going to be doing it in the VR. So there'll be a VR. You'll be able to look you notice that when I've been doing my last couple videos, I reached out a lot because it's going to have a cool effect visually. I use my hands so much that I might as well do it, like this. So it looks cool when we do it the 3D. And I want a place where people can go to escape. And then eventually I want to do like a VR conference, like that'll be so cool to have like VR. I don't know. I can't stop thinking about it because it's my dream. Levi Samuels says, I want to see that too. I want to see that. See how stupid you made me sound, Levi? See, if I read the way you write and it sounds stupid, then I sound stupid. So are you trying to make me look stupid? You're trying to prove that I'm dumb? No. No, thank you, Levi. I'm just giving you a bad time. So, but I love to give it. I mean, I can't help it. I'm an ENTP, man. We like to razz people, and we roast you because we love you. We roast you because we see something in you, and we want to provoke it. We want to go, what happens if I tell you I'm a vampire? Like that's the thought in the mind of like, young ENTPs, like, telling your friends sensational stories and watching them go, what is that real? And then you're like, no, I'm just bullshitting. I'll fake, and just see what they think, because it's fun to, mess with people's minds. I call it something else, but I'm trying to keep it a little more PG. Misfortune says, Club ENTP, truth is I'm an ENTP. Are you really? That's so awesome. Then why are you Misfortune and not Fortune 8 or Fortune 9? They probably have that one taken. All right. So, well, I'm glad to meet you. And I love to, I want to do some big interviews on Zoom with a lot of you people. So if you guys have Zoom, let me know, DM me or whatever, and let me know, hey, I can be on the show. We can do a big show together. The more the merrier. If I had a whole bunch of ENTPs, that'll be really cool. Or a bunch of INFJs would be really cool too, because I think they're a lot of fun. And INTJs, they're so cool. I really like INTJs a lot. They're smug. They're confident. I like that. It's like, and they're usually, I think they make a lot of money. Am I right? I mean, ENTPs are the second highest wage earners. So what's the first? I don't know. Levi says, what about ISFJs? I'm thinking ISFJs. I've not really met one that I can seriously say. Are they really rare? I'm wondering if I've interviewed. No, I don't think I've interviewed an INFJ. I've interviewed over 40 people on my channel, by the way. Not all about personality types. Sometimes I run up to them, in a skate park and put a camera in their face, a camera crew with me, and say, who's the bad guy, Peter Pan or Captain Hook? Just throw some random questions out there. Let's see. Karma's Pimp says, Club NTP, what you use to stream? What do I use to stream? I'm just using YouTube. I'm not using an OBS, is it, or an OSB? I've got to look. It's OBS. Yeah, that's gonna be easy to remember. Oh bullshit. Okay. No, I don't use an OBS right now. So that's the thing is I'm looking into some decent ones. I can do some really cool visual things. So I'm all about visuals. I like things that look trippy. In fact, you know, I mean, I'm sure we're all adults here, but it's it's a good show to watch when you get really, really baked. Like if you have headphones and you can listen to all the sounds, especially the newer shows that I've done, I've really tried to get it dialed in as far as not too high of levels on certain things. I'm kind of starting to take my time, do it right. There's a lot of refining. Every show I do, I know I'm doing better. Every show that I do, it keeps getting more, more sharp, more refined. As far as like material, that's debatable. But so is everything else. All right. Hey, you want to be my first interview, Levi, of an ISFJ? I love it. Let's do it. Let's do it. What are you on the East Coast, West Coast? Are you in another country? Let me know if you're in another country, what your time is. Um, I have another. I'm not sure. I have another interview coming up with a YouTube. I'm not sure if she's a YouTube creator or not, but she's an ENFP, and that should be interesting. But after that, I'm open to do another show. I've got people who are waiting to be interviewed, and I haven't interviewed them. It's like oh, East Coast. Okay, that's great, man. I just, what's his name? Brian's on the East Coast. That was easy. He's so professional to work with, man. I can't wait to work with Brian from the Genzennial again. But I want to do it live. That's why I'm looking at how he does things, so we can be on live and he can talk to me live. So that'd be great. I'd like that because that adds a certain level of I love it. It's like going on live is way cooler than doing it all, you know, get all the lighting right, get your, everything cameras set up and shoot and then make mistakes and then go back. It's like, just doing it live. Like, okay, there's no safety net here. It's whatever happens, happens. Whatever I say, it's out there. I don't hold things back. So I'm very open and honest. I'm transparent. So Levi's going to be my first ISFJ. Man, I can't wait. I'm so excited to meet an ISFJ. I'm a geek like that. All right. Now, Karma's Pimp says, Club ENTP, what oh, you've already see, I got to stop doing that. I keep rereading things. And okay, going down to Karma's Pimp. OBS doesn't let you have guests on. Oh, that sucks. Okay, well then we'll do something. I mean, there's a way to do it. Oh, any patriotic people here? Can you hear that? What's so? Everybody, last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. All the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red. Oh, I can't do that. Sorry, my voice is not primed yet. That's me a couple years ago doing a few shows out there and doing a few protests out there. So I'm not a political guy. I don't belong to a political group. But right is right, wrong is wrong, you know? And if people are losing their livelihoods, not able to work, they've got, sandwich shops, they've got coffee shops, they were still paying lease and it was time to get them back and patronize them again. So I went out and did a bunch of protests. The news got on me and they, were going, "What are you doing? You're going against the governor's." I'm like, oh, it was a long interview, but anyways, but then they shortened it down, on the news, it's like 15 seconds. It's like, "Well, I didn't say just that." Those people are horrible, man. Anyways, but yeah, that was something that I had enjoyed, getting out there, meeting new people, performing on a stage when we're locked up for how many, months in the lockdown, not able to go to, people weren't able to go to work. People couldn't make my sandwiches. Come on, man. But okay, so here's some more. We've got Mr. Bobby. This guy has been around for quite a while, and he writes, in one of the episodes of Making the Band, okay, then I don't know what we're going with this show. There was that specific issue of a girlfriend not wanting her boyfriend to join the boys band. Well, yeah, I wouldn't want to join a boys band either. Joining a band is actually one of my biggest nightmares because I would wake up in the middle of the night and my wife would go, "What's wrong?" I say, "Oh, I just dreamed I was in a band." And because I wouldn't be allowed to do everything I want in my creative way. And I become a jerk in the studio. Like, I don't want anybody interrupting me. Sometimes I have, several people in while I'm trying to, record. They're waiting to, on whatever. I'm like, we're recording now. So I was really like a J about it. Like I think anyone's going to be a J about whatever you love most. If you're a father, you're a J about being a parent. You're not a P, okay? You don't put off their food. You don't put off getting them good clothes. You don't put off getting them what they need. You do it now. You're a J about it. But the other things that you don't love as much, you're a P about, right? Well, I'm a I'm a perceptive type, but when it comes to music or whatever I love, I'm a J type. So be that as it may. All right, so Bobby writes to me and says, "Yeah, the the issue with the girl band. Here was the issue. All right, I'll be honest. I didn't do my laundry. I did I my ex-wife, she would do my, when she was my wife. She did my laundry, and I didn't realize that girls were reaching up on stage and putting their phone numbers in my pockets, saying, 'Call me,' lipstick on there, like one even said, 'I love you.'" It's like, wow. I didn't even know it because they were just tugging on my pants. I thought that was, hey, I made it. There girls are reaching up on the stage and pulling on my belt, my pants, and I didn't know they were putting like phone numbers, room numbers, little comments, "I love you," things like that. Oh, lipstick. I was like, wow, that I had no idea. And my wife did my laundry, and she goes, "What's this?" And I go, "Well, I don't know. I have no idea." She's like, "Liar, you're lying." And that was how it all started. So it wasn't just that she's like, "I don't want you to be a musician. I know I signed up for this to tour with you everywhere. Now we have a baby. I don't want to go anywhere. And I don't want you to go out and, to these clubs all night, or tour down, up and down the coast." So these things she had a problem with. I get it. That makes sense. But for me to not sympathize with her, it was a very selfish, very narcissistic thing that only immature ENTPs, will experience. So if you're someone that's been through pain, you've caused people pain because you're insensitive, you're an a-hole. Well, maybe you're going to change because of that. Because if you don't want the outcome, like what is the outcome? Well, people aren't going to really want to be around you, right? People are going to be thinking that guy's a jerk, when he's in a studio, you know, but it didn't matter to me. I didn't care if they thought I was a jerk. In fact, you know what? Maybe I should be a jerk, but I didn't naturally act like a jerk only when I was in the studio. So I really got to look at myself and go, wow, you know what? I'll give you an example. Okay. When I first got married, we just had this beautiful, beautiful apartment. And my studio was this big room and big ceilings. And I remember I'm singing, and then my wife comes in with a vacuum cleaner. And I'm recording and I'm like, what the hell are you doing? I'm screaming I'm like, I'm being a total jerk. And I didn't I didn't know why, I didn't really look at it and go, why am I so afraid that I'm gonna, I'm being interrupted in my recording session? Why is it so important to me? Is it more important to me to get it right this one time than to treat my wife with respect and dignity? And you don't think in the moment because you don't have that developed FE as a ENTP. You're all about intuition and you're all about deep thinking and and going on like long journeys of thought with people and being a good storyteller, hopefully you are. And so those things don't occur to you that, oh, you know what, maybe everyone doesn't want to hear about this stupid story of mine. And maybe you're out there now going, move on with it. Let's talk about something else. But I'm talking about suffering. I've been talking about suffering as a good thing for now an hour and 26 minutes off and on. But I'm glad that you guys are here and we're going to keep going, man. This is going to be fun. We're going to go for maybe more than an hour. I don't know, another hour. Who knows? Maybe 3 hours, maybe 4 hours. I don't care. And when my voice gets too tired, I'll quit. But anyways, if you're new here, I'm only responding if I see, if you entitle it, put at Club ENTP because I don't want to read everyone's comments. I just want to. But somebody asked if I'm married. Oh, show media. Hi, show media. Hey, and what's your life? Well, both my ex-wives are ENFJs. They were both originally born in what is it? Romania, Bucharest, like not Bucharest, in the Carpathian Mountains. So they're like they were both from the region of Transylvania. So I was used to wearing like a turtleneck to bed every night. I'm kidding, I didn't do that. Hey, could you guys all give me a big like? Click the like. There's only I think two people like this so far. Give me a like, will you? I mean, do me a favor because this helps the algorithm and I'm trying to reach as many people as I can. I mean, I'm not even at 1,000 subscribers, and once you get to 1,000 subscribers, it becomes a lot easier. Thank you for liking it. Appreciate it. And if you haven't subscribed, please do that too. Misfortune writes, Club ENTP, life has a way of making us face those tough choices. It's true, but it's not just life. It's what we did in that life that catches up with us sometimes. So I agree and I don't fully agree with you. But refinement comes in many ways. Okay, so misfortune. Refinement does come in many ways, but the best way to refine you is through pressure and pain and suffering. That is how any military will break their soldiers to get them to adhere to their their conformity. Is that am I using that properly? I mean, I know what conformity means, but am I using a double positive? I don't know. Mr. Bobby writes, how can I get in at the music industry? How can you get in at the music industry? Okay, it's just sell your soul to let's see, write to 666 Satan Avenue, box. I don't know. Don't get in the music industry. The thing is, you have to ask, why do you want to be famous? Why do you want to be in the music industry? Are they not doing a good enough job as it is? Well, then if there's a place as an ENTP, I feel that there was a huge absence of good music. I mean, I was literally in the presence of Nirvana before they were even famous, thinking these guys are just trash. I didn't like their sound. I thought, oh, they're not going to make it. I'm going to be way bigger than these guys. My intuition's almost always wrong. Um, because, I may think of 10 thits about one thing and only one of those things is right. So intuition is almost always wrong. You should remember that. Don't trust your intuition. I think it's even biblical. Don't trust your heart, But if you're Disney, you're like, no, trust your heart. It's the best thing ever. Do it. Yeah. Kiss the girl. Yeah, right. Yeah, I hate Disney. I'm against Disney. I didn't let my kids even watch the crap. Mr. Bobby writes, I was going to ask, did you see of that stuff? Did you see any of that stuff? Did I see any of what stuff? What was your last how to? Oh, did I see any of? Oh, the Satanism in the no. I mean, I did. I was backstage at all, a lot of these local musicians and things, and or down in, down in Cali, down in Hollywood, hanging out with just some crazy rap bands, and getting backstage. It's all love, but at the very top, they they want to screw with you. They don't. One of the worst things that I'll tell you right now that I was freaked out about was that they had a life insurance policy on me that I didn't sign, but they had it designed to. I would never know how much they have on my life. I would never know, if I have become, a liability to them. If they lend me, they were prepared to manage $22 million for my first year, up to $22 million. But if that doesn't come off and doesn't pay off, if they don't get a return on their investment, my life isn't worth $22 million to them. So if they have a $25 million life insurance policy on me, they could get it. I gave them limited power of attorney over me. So I didn't like that. And also there was 12 pages. But there was only 11. It was missing, I think, page 8. So that was weird. So they were like, "Oh, no problem. No, we'll get it out to you." They were really cooperative. But right before I signed it, my wife left, and I was like, "Where'd she go?" I mean, I'm about ready. I mean, I'm down here with the Dan Reed Network. I'm down here meeting with Art Alexakis of Everclear. It was things were picking up. It was like, finally, I've made it. It took me a couple of years. I mean, actually, it didn't take me even that long to get instantly in the circuit. My first live show, I was approached instantly after this mosh pit was dispersed, and this little lady came up to me and said, "I'm a producer for Rolling Thunder Videos, and I would like to offer you 3 music videos that you will do." And this song had to be in it. It was a religious song. This song, she wanted me to have that in her in the. She says, "The other 2, I don't care. Any other songs you want that you played here today." So I said, "Great." And we went in the studio. We shot. That was in like Mount Hood Studios, and and it was a nightmare for me to work with another producer. This other guy his name was like something like Sally. It's a weird name, big dude, and he was just like a jerk. I'm like, "Hey, Matt, this is my image going out there. I want you to do what I want you to do." See, again, I'm a bit of an a-hole when it comes to being in the studio. Like, if I'm gonna put myself out there, I want it to be good. All right. So we got more people are talking to me. That's good. Misfortune says, "Yeah, give us the dirt." Okay, the dirt on the music industry. There really wasn't. There wasn't that. Let's see. Oh, show media said something before that. Let me touch on it. Oh, Illuminati stuff. No, no Illuminati stuff. Show media says, "Yeah, but Eric requested a normal rematch to type him normally without distractions." Club ENTP. I'm not sure what that meant, but I'm down to doing any kind of testing. That was all for fun. You guys have no idea. I mean, I was trying to stretch it out. You guys don't even know. I mean, it was like basically I was kind of stringing Eric along for the longest time, but he didn't like the way I was playing the game. He definitely didn't like the way I was playing, so he played pretty dirty. But he knows what he did. I know he was typed okay, but so you want me to give you the dirt? Now, there was really no dirt in the music industry from my position as an entertainer. You don't see the dirt. You get the sunshine blown up your butt. They're like, "Oh, you're the greatest. Oh, you're gonna be so famous. Oh, we're gonna do. Where do you want to go, Dan? Oh, if you don't, we'll kick the damn door down if they don't let you in. We'll get there. We'll get you this. And then all these promises, all these, great things just lifting you up. And you're thinking, I got to stay focused and state. Now I'm a husband and I'm a father now. I got to be on track. I can't let all this, this go to my mind and in my head. And I got to keep it. Why did I want to originally be a musician? Because there was an emptiness in the music. There was a surface value to the music that had no depth, and it was all commercialized. And I was like, this is disgusting. I wrote music against certain artists, you know. I mean, I didn't even know how bad it was. That was back, in 1990, 91, 92. And it's just, you know, from all the music that I had written, I was super organized at first, and then I was like, you know what? I can't do this. I got to just flow. So, I started just writing more and more music, and it gets out of hand, and you get too much music, and then you don't know then you don't even know what style you want to stick with, because I do all kinds of music. I do little rock and roll. I do classical. I do oh, what else? You know, dance music. I love dancing. Um, okay, here's a new one I just made. Not too. All right, so let's read some more here. Misfortune writes, perhaps that is a divine grace. Oh, yeah, there's definitely divine grace, because we're all like we're all children. And then Show Media writes, why don't you just request to go on Eric's show and do a normal typing session his way? Uh, will be good for views and you as well. And we all want to see, we all want to watch. I know, I want to see it too. Believe me, I do. But here's the thing. I mean, I know that if I ever met Eric, I would get along with him great. You know, he's a his show is it's like I like to watch it because it is such a mess. It's exactly what I don't want to be. I don't want to be sloppy. I don't want to be lazy. I don't want to be uninformed about, you know, how to, do things around the house. I mean, I want to get things done. I want to be, kind of like my father in that way. And he got stuff done. My dad's an ESTJ, just like his dad was an ESTJ. So, it was like we could be a big disappointment to our dads when we have just literally, our SE is so bad that we don't see things that, like, why didn't you pick up that mess? Like, oh, I didn't even see it. Or go out and pick some weeds. I'm like, okay, and I pick all the weeds, and he goes, wow, you missed all these weeds. I'm like, I didn't even see those because I'm picking away or picking berries and leave a whole bunch behind. So when you're an intuitive, you're not a good berry picker. So don't pick berries for a living. Um, because we just don't have that attention to like detail. But I have to really push myself to become detailed when I need to be detailed. So if I'm creating helping my friend build espresso machines or whatever, and the wiring has to be done just right, I have to turn into a sensory type. I have to focus on that, and it's exhausting after doing that a few hours. Okay, so media show. I really like your direction, and I want to expound on a little bit more. The reason I told Eric that I wanted to be on Zoom, I would be on his channel, but I wanted it through Zoom because I wanted to be in control of it so he couldn't just shut me off, because that's what he likes to do. I'm not going to talk about him. Not going to talk about him, but he likes to shut me up. It's like, okay, um, I'm going to tie your hands behind your back so you can't defend yourself. And I'm going to say all kinds of things that are completely wrong, and you can't say anything back. I'm like, okay, good. You know why? That gives me an excuse to just do it all on my platform. And I don't need him. I don't need his show. I don't need him to be on my show. Granted, it would get a lot of views. It would benefit both of us greatly. Okay, but at what cost am I going to perpetuate something that's not interesting to everybody? Because a lot of you people have said, "Get off the Eric thing, man. Get off of it. Like, just get over it, dude." I'm like, it's not about. See, I just lost somebody. They just went, he's talking about Eric. I'm gonna tune out now. But it's really not interesting to a lot of people. And that's sad because it's interesting to me. I wanna keep the thing going. I like to keep I made one little comment about, Eric not being a good dancer at the end of my viewer mail on one of my shows, and he ends up making 15 videos about Club ENTP and how stupid I am. That's great, you know? And he calls me dumb. I'm like, "Oh, well, I can take that word dumb and the definition is not proper." I'm just messing with him. People are like, "Well, he's really uptight. It's his FI is real." I don't have FI that I can even detect. It's like if you grow up in the NTP, you get first of all, you're probably in the NTP because you got bullied. A lot of us have a big nose. It's a characteristic of us. And so for some weird reason, but not every ENTP has a big nose. But when you have a big nose and you grow up, it's an easy mark. People can make fun of you. Hey, you got big nose or you got big ears. They'll pick on you. And so I learned that, hey, hey, okay, you want to pick on me? You got a fat head, or whatever. Like two people could play at this game. So I enjoyed the back and forth. And another thing is I'm probably really influenced by UFC and MMA and all the commentary and all the back and forth talk between I'm gonna fight this guy on November 5th and he's gonna be dead. I'm gonna kick his butt, da 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 da. And it's this rivalry. Oh yeah, well he said that, yeah, and the views go through the roof, and we do this not to just be talking to ourselves because we don't have anybody to talk to. I'm doing this because I'm trying to set up a platform and have an audience. And so if you haven't hit like, please hit like. Um, it's going to help let people know that, hey, there's something going on over here. And maybe they'll find something that they can benefit in their own personal life, like what kind of chapstick to buy. And I'm not a sponsor of chapstick because it's actually a really vulgar word. I don't know who chaps is either. So I don't know why I'm putting it in my mouth. It's pretty gay. All right. So Show Media says, actually, you were the one talking over Eric. No, laugh out loud. Yeah, I had to talk over him, in certain because I was controlling the conversation. I didn't want him to lead me. He didn't want me to lead him either because he's an ENTP like me, only he's a 8 wing 7. I'm a 7 wing 8. So he wanted it done his way, but I wanted it done my way because we're both ENTPs. And so we both wanted to have that sense of control over it. But like I said, I knew that he would end up probably shutting me out or, you know, turning it off. And I wanted to be able to keep it and have it so I could present it on my own to defend myself. Hey, I mean, I'm not doing this. I did want to cause the chaos. He knew that he had to have me on to type me. He told me. So he had to have a reason, a legitimate reason to have me on the show. He goes, I know, I'll type you on my show. I go, fine. He goes, even though I know you're an ENTP, it's so obvious to me. I'm like, yeah, I know, right? It's like almost looking in a mirror, except a little difference. I'm older than he is. So, that doesn't mean anything. Anyways, but yeah, there was like really no animosity towards him at all in my heart. I love the guy. I watch him and I watch uh, Rachel. I just want the best for both of them, to be honest. I really actually care about them. I don't want anything bad to happen to them at all. I want them to prosper, be happy, but I also want them to grow. INFJs out there, if an ENTP is not willing to grow, what are you doing with them? You can't be with an ENTP that doesn't want to grow. And that's why I think, it's so good to be with an INFJ if you're an ENTP because they do appreciate that self growth that you want to constantly improve yourself over and over. And you're Never satisfied. I'm not satisfied with one of my shows. Not one show am I like, yep, it's perfect. It's exactly what I wanted. Nope. And I have to learn to live with that. We ENTPs are workaholics. We can be workaholics when we're doing what we love. So if you do what you love, if it's music, if it's video, we are 16 hours if we can, which is not good for our relationships with people around us. And we become more and more introverted. I'm an ambivert now. I'm not just an extrovert. I'm an introvert by because I'm having to be by doing all this work in the studio. I'm alone, especially when we're snowed in. So enjoy, guys. I'm ready to keep going with this show. But is anybody ready for a bomb hit? I am. Oh yeah, for sure. So let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. How are we going to resolve the issue with Eric? Or do we want to resolve the issue with Eric? And if you don't know who we're talking about, I don't mean to talk about this. Is not the show. We're talking about this. Host Eric of Talking with Famous People. If you haven't seen his show, go watch it. Subscribe. I'm not a player hater. I want him to succeed. Ultimately, I want every YouTuber who's working on MBTI to succeed. Their success is my success, and my success is the world's success, whoever I can reach in my life, in my surroundings, because I'm learning about this. I'm not an expert at MBTI. I'm not an expert at Enneagram. I'm not an expert at literally anything. I'm just a jack of all trades. I have shallow knowledge about everything. Every conspiracy theory you've ever heard, I've probably heard it. And I love to talk about conspiracy theories. I want to talk about conspiracy theories with Gen X, Gen X. I'm gonna screw it up. See, I took a bong hit. Now I can't even pronounce the Gen Zennial. I want him back on the show to talk about conspiracies, and like I like to unravel them. I like to get to the bottom of it. Like, okay, let's see how we can explain this away. It's not hocus pocus. It's not magic. It's just people's ignorance. All right. But I think we would be on the same level eventually, but I want to talk about it. And I think it's because I'm intuitive that I enjoy it, but he's a sensory, so he hates it. I think he hates it. He can tell me if I'm wrong. But let's keep reading here. So we got I don't want to reread, but the point was typing session. This is from Show Media, writes, but the point of it was a typing session that you were getting for free. I don't need a free typing. I've been typed professionally 3 times now. 3 times that was professional. And each one was ENTP solid. Like really further to the J than I am to the P as far as like for ENFPs. I'm not close to an ENFP. I'm closer to a J type than it was interesting. All right, but yeah, each time there's no see the thing was that was the illusion that I was there to get a free reading. Like that means that has no value to me at all. It's 0 value. The value was the audience. I like his audience. They are very highly participatory. They are some of them the knights that say "ni," which I love. I mean, "any," it's like how freaking perfect. And I'm a big Monty Python fan. I've been a fan of them since I was a child. And so but yeah, the point was getting back to Show Media. He writes, I was getting it for free. It was not a boxing match, no. It was his typing session method. Okay, it was actually his it was a dual interview. I was interviewing him as he was interviewing me. So I had all that footage to use to present on my part. I chose not to use it because it was 2 hours and he had used up one of the 2 hours on his show. He didn't play the whole 2 hours where he's laughing about me being an ENTP. Like, it's so obvious. It was, kind of shocked to see finally found an ENTP older than him because he's convinced that we die off so young because we're, drug addicts or something. I don't know. I'm not a drug addict though. So I've a lot of self-control, but it's self-discipline you have to teach yourself. You have to have a reason to do it. As an ENTP, I'm not going to just clean my room every day. I'm only going to clean my room if somebody else is going to see it. I could give a rat's ass if my clothes are on the floor, my bed is, a mess. I leave my bed the way I left it when I woke up. Come back, step over my clothes, get into my nice comfy bed, crank up my, I've got a little invention that I made that shakes my bed so I could sleep like a baby. Um, but anyways, it's really hard for me to sleep too when I'm in the creative mode. Like I am really just like I can't stop thinking about what I want to do on the show. I have so many ideas for the show. It's like I can't produce them fast enough. So getting back to show media, the typing session wasn't to be a boxing match. I had arranged the whole thing. I had props that I brought for his show. I had things I wanted to touch on. I was there trying to seduce host Eric's audience, to bring them, entice them to my show, and ultimately to increase subscribers. By the way, you just got in, hit subscribe if you haven't. Oh, they just left. Oh, thanks. Well, never mind then. Don't hit subscribe. You can't hear me now. Okay. No, do hit subscribe, hit the like button, send the algorithms, tell people I'm here. All right. So, because the bigger audience I get, the more time and more attention that I'm going to bring people to places they've never been in a like at a movie theater or in Hollywood. Just go down to Hollywood and ask people on, Ventura Boulevard, which is the wickedest witch of the Wizard of Oz and why? Like let's just hear what these freaky people from all around the world have to say. I'm interested. I want to know what these people think. I want to know where they come from, why they think the way that they think. And I do that by just asking people random questions in the street. But but for me, there's really no need for me to do anything at this point because if I just mention host Eric's name in a video, then the Knights that say knee report all of this back to him perfectly and say, he mentioned you. And then he's like, oh, well, I got to make a video about him. And so we have this dialogue back and forth, but he has the ability to upload things very quickly. So for one of my shows to be edited, all that, it's 120 hours. But doing something live like this, it's effortless. I'm not scripted. I have just an idea. The name of the show, the title is Who in the World is Club ENTP? And if you don't know by now, you are Club ENTP. You may not be a club, you may not be an ENTP or think that you're a club member, but when you are a subscriber, then you're automatically a member. And so I will be giving out the 3D glasses with the Club ENTP logo as soon as I get them ordered. And as soon as I incorporate into the 3D, not just my show, but additionally, there'll be a 3D and a VR section playlist for my shows. So all my shows are going to be shot in 3D like they have the last couple of times. So it's going to be great. I'm really looking forward to that. And so that's coming. There's a lot of different things in the horizons. But let me get back to your questions. So Showtime says you were the only one who acted like that during a typing session. Well, of course I wasn't acting like anybody that he's typed before. Why would I act like anybody that he's typed before when I wasn't there to be typed? I was there to be seen and heard. And I was there to mock him and poke fun at him because that's what ENTPs do. And I knew that if he got all like butthurt about it, then he must not be an ENTP. But he likes it. He enjoys the back and forth, constantly. I don't think Rachel likes it because I saw the reaction. She was really upset by, the first thing I did was I pretended to be club or host Eric in, I believe it was the 13th episode. It says that new host of Club ENTP, and I come out as Eric, and I say, Rachel, get me a sandwich, and her world collapsed. So I see that, okay, you know, she's fair game because she's trying to say that I wasn't an ENTP. So she was going along with everything that Eric was telling her to probably, I'm assuming that he's telling her to go along. And she's like, yeah, I don't think he's an ENTP. And it's not just because Eric told me to not say it. I'm like, hello. I mean, you just told everybody that he told you to say that I'm not an ENTP. And then you don't know what I am. And then you say I'm all these different types, but I'm still just an ENTP. Um, but getting back to your questions, it's more interesting. So, so of course I didn't act like a typical person having themselves typed. I wasn't there for that. I didn't have a question on what type I was. Eric said, "Well, I'm gonna have to, have you on." It was his idea to have me on as to type me. I would have preferred him to just interview me and not type me because I don't need to be typed. I don't type people like when I had Melissa Talks on. I didn't type her as, "Oh, well, you're an ENTP. Oh, well, let me type you." I didn't, and I'm not going to talk about her either, right now. But a lot of you are. I'm just going to say this. All right. So Melissa Talks. Don't get all weird about this, but people have been messaging me, DMing me, saying, "What's going on with Melissa Talks? She's giving up MBTI completely. Their content is going to something else." I don't know. That's too bad because she was doing really good content, and I hope she keeps it all up. But she may not. But maybe if you guys encourage her to, keep doing MBTI content, but she gets apparently they're saying, whatever, she's going to move on and do something that's mentally better for her to do, I guess. So, cheers to her, but great job. She got up to 12,000 subscribers and now she's going to change. So I'm not going to change in the middle of getting subscribers. I'm really happy doing this kind of content for you guys and all the guests and interviewing people in the streets doing, ENTPs want to know, which is the, bad guy, Captain Hook or Peter Pan. And, you watch the way they think about it and they're like, well, they say so quickly. It's Captain Hook is the bad guy. And then I say, why? And they don't have an answer. But that's what I want to teach people out there. That's what I want to teach you is that when you say something so quickly without depth and meditate on it and know it for yourself, not because some news station told you, CNN or Fox News, or you heard it from some person on the internet. It's got to be you determining what is right and what is just and what is wrong and what is corrupt. And then you can only change that in your life. You can't go around changing everybody around you. Like Karens, they want to go change everybody and like, can't do that. You got to just live and let live. All right, let me get on with show media's got a lot of really good questions. I love your questions. I like you digging into this festering wound. You write, show media, I think you make a much cooler ENFP. Everybody loves the ENFPs, dude. I would love to be an ENFP. My daughter's an ENFP. They're the best. By the way, laugh out loud. Yeah, if I could, but the difference is you see my daughter on episode 9, and that is my wonderful daughter. We were walking in near her home in Arizona, and you can see the difference. It is so it made my point. If you watch that, it's one of my favorite interviews. Sorry, Brian, but it's really, it shows the difference between an ENFP and an ENTP, and there's just no way I could ever be an ENFP. I'm actually closer to another type than I am an ENFP. I think an ENTJ. I'm a little closer to an ENTJ than an ENFP. Yeah. So, but anyways, I'm happy to do another test. You guys like tests? I show my tests, whatever. But the thing is, do I go back to host Eric or do we keep this going back and forth? I know he wants to resolve this. We will at some point. I really believe we will. I would like to have him, out in studio or, meet face to face and have where no one's going to shut off anyone. No one's going to interrupt anyone. No one's going to belittle anyone, like, if you want to say something, hey, can I give you some advice about your show? Well, what would you do, Eric, if somebody gave you advice about your show live? You would stand up, like I've seen him do, get up and say, you know what? F this, I'm out of here. I'm done. Because somebody like said, hey, you should try some different lighting or something like that. It's constructive criticism. It wasn't me. I knew his type, how temperamental he is. I mean, I don't know Eric better than Eric knows himself. And Eric doesn't know me better than I know myself. Like he has said that he knows me better than I know myself. That's rich. And I like that kind of, back and forth. And what are they called? Retards? Retards, I don't know. Atards. I just like the retorts. Retorts, I think is what the word is. But Mr. Bobby writes. Oh, and he writes twice. Eric said Melissa isn't ENTP. Then some talking with famous people watchers went to spam her comments. Oh yeah, they did. And I asked for it. I was like, please spam me. And I got spammed. Did you not see all the spamming on my go back? I didn't erase a thing, man. I didn't erase a thing. You could read every comment that has ever been made to me. I don't delete people. All right. Let's see. So then stepped in as white knights against Eric. Thus, it began. Okay, you're waxing poetic. I like that, Mr. Bobby. That's the summary. I love it. Yeah, I think that it's funny how we kind of self-fulfill our own prophecies. Mr. Bobby says, you didn't seduce me. Oh, I didn't seduce you. You were already a fan, I hope, right? I just want streams. That's cool. I know that you were watching me before I went on to his show. I remember you. And Becky's still here. You're very positive. Are you positive? I'm very positive. I'm very optimistic. I'm extremely optimistic. I mean, there isn't a pessimistic bone in my body, but I am very skeptical. Skepticism and pessimism are completely different, and I mean animals. So that would be a really good show. Pessimism versus cynicism, and I think the cynicism, Captain Brian from the Genzennial made a good point that cynicism is really TI. Are you skeptical? Do you not take everything at its face value? Yeah, I'm very skeptical. I dig into everything. Like you want to don't tell me to read a book, okay? Please don't say, well, you should read this book. You know what you're doing? You're just saying you're smart. You know how to read. Good job. But I don't care what book you read. If you say there's something that you really want me to like look at, I'll consider it. But what I'll do first is I will research the author. So please don't put me on some tangent of researching the author before I even read the book. I don't have time. I want to know what you know. Just tell me, like, hey, the book Positive Mind, feedback or whatever. Positive feedback is, really good, blah, 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 biofeedback, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm not going to talk about that. All right. Thank you for noticing optimism. That is really important. And Becky, let's see. I'm assuming you're writing to me. That's interesting. I'm very skeptical. Good. And you're a ENTP? Becky, or is it right? Yeah, Becky T. Oh, when am I gonna invite? This is from Asked. Oh, please write me a funny comment so I can make fun of your Asked Fast. I love that name. Please write a comment in at the end of episode 16 about the show so I can just say your word as Daparu to steampunk, because at the end of every show I do my third bit is Daparu to steampunk, and I come out and I do the robot and read your comments and I make fun of your names. So please
say, I mean, I don't care if it's ruder, the better. If it's, just clever, be funny. But Becky says, I feel better watching this stream. Oh, that's nice. Thanks for making me feel better. Ah, that's excellent. I'm glad. And I love people. I really love people. And they're fascinating to me. I care about them so much. But the more I learn about the people, the more I see they don't even know who they are themselves. And that's why I started writing this book called Knowing the Self. And self is an acronym that I created called S for spirit. That's the tiny little voice in you, your conscience that says you want to do the right thing, or you're a bad spirit and you really want to do really bad things. But when you see that the S is for the spirit of the person, then the E is the emotions of the individual, which is just not like feelings. It's actually chemicals being pumped through your veins of this glandular system that you've got. You've got like all of these glands all over your body, and it's pumping out these chemicals, man. It's like, ooh, it could take over your body, but it's just your emotions. But it's coupled with your lobes, your L is for lobes, your two brain lobes. And those are electrical. So you've got the emotions, which is chemical. You have the lobes, which is electrical, and it's sending pulses down the spinal column to, back and forth at, lightning speed, And let me turn this down. And so you've got all this going on inside your body. The spirit is trying to do the right thing. The emotions want to be kind to everyone. The lobes, the mind is trying to figure out how to make everybody happy and get what it needs. And then the final is the flesh. The F is for flesh. And that is got a mind of its own. We actually have two brains, one in our head and one in our gut. No, I wasn't going to say that. Yeah. I'm not, that's too easy. Crude comedy's not my forte. I mean, I have really crude sense of humor, but I don't like to use it very often. It's too simple. I like more abstract things to do. But make sure, hey, Daparu. Hey, do you guys remember everyone? If you want to direct it towards me, I might not read it if it doesn't say Club ENTP at Club ENTP, because I can't see so close to my screen at this point. But getting back to the self. So the self is really the first thing that we need to discover. And once we have discovered self, then we can discover that there's all these other selves around us. And they might as well be an entire universe separate from you. There's nothing that those people, those selves can do to me that will affect my life that they can control 100%. Even if they do something to throw me off or to belittle me or to distract me, I have a choice to utilize everything I've got around me to use at my disposal to change what they're trying to do to me into my own will, which, the Gen Zennial and I got to talk, and please watch that video, episode 16. He was such an amazing guest. I'm telling you, people are really happy with my last guest on episode 16. Very brilliant person. I wish I could articulate as well as he does, but I'm doing my best. So thank you for showing up, everybody. If you just got here, hit the like button. And please, when you want to address a question to me, just put at Club ENTP. The question was, who in the world is Club ENTP? And I think the answer was addressed very early, and you can always retract and go back. But I want you to answer that, new person. What do you think? Who in the world is Club ENTP? Is it a person? Is it Daparu to Crusha? Is it, Daniel or Danny or Dan Rupp, or who is it? It's you. You are Club ENTP. Even if you're not an ENTP, you join the club by simply subscribing. You're going to make this channel something brand new. We're going to be doing 3D. I'm going to be mailing out 3D glasses to you guys so you can watch my shows in 3D when I have a different playlist that's all 3D and VR. So I'm going to extremes. Okay. I have a very small audience, but my audience is extremely participatory for the amount of people that are in this group. So I really love my group here. And it's only going to get better. It's only going to get better. But and I'm going to grow. My channel the next time I do a stream, it's going to be different. There's going to be, I'm going to be using the OBS. I'm going to be maybe using some weird faces that I'll be doing, to do some different impressions. I do impressions of like, actually I counted over 60 characters that I've created or done, or like people that like presidents and all that. But I'm not going to do that tonight. I'm not doing impressions tonight. I mean, I might do a nuclear Elvis. Oh, no, I won't. I do a nuclear Elvis. You guys have to see. I'm going to do it in front of my green screen, and I'm going to have it'll be cool. That's coming up. So I just keep getting ideas. And Mr. Bobby is saying that Club ENTP show media is probably asked fast. I love it. Multiple accounts. Well, that's good. That's good. And oh, by the way, let me address that real quick to you guys. Anybody because I know that I've been accused of having multiple accounts where I go in and I'm actually trolling host Eric or whatever. That's not me. I've never done that ever. It's just funny that you get under someone's skin and all hell's like breaking loose. They don't know how to deal with an ENTP. ENTPs can be we could just start a little chaos that'll just set off a whole bunch more. And then there's people that were pretending to be me. So it's like, wow, these guys are getting underneath his skin. And host Eric has a lot of enemies. So, it wasn't me though. I mean, that's the bad thing is I shouldn't even be giving people ideas, but I don't. Whenever I type with capital letters at the beginning of everything I write. Have you guys noticed that? So if I'm on my Inspire account, I write the same way that I would. If I'm on my Daparu to Crusha account on YouTube, I write the same way with the capital letter first. That's just what I do. So I'm not trying to disguise who I was. I was just like, hey, you blocked me on freaking Club ENTP. Now I'm over here on Daparu. And they're like, oh, he's on Daparu. Let's get him out of here now. What? Now I can't even talk as Daparu. Oh, you blocked me there. And then I've got one more account. It's called Inspire. If you don't know, now you know. It's all about meditation, nature, spiritual growth. It's Inspire. I think it's in my featured accounts. It should be. So if you guys have a chance, go to Inspired. And that way I will produce more beautiful scenes for you. I'm going to waterfalls with high definition cameras and drones with 360 degrees. So you'll be able to go in VR and go to the most beautiful waterfalls in the world. I live on a beautiful river. Plus my plan is to go all over the world and video these, I almost said tape, video these amazing places in the tropics. Over on my island in Guanaja, in the Bay of Honduras, there's beautiful freshwater waterfalls that you can drink. I'm not supposed to talk too much about my island because they don't want people to know too much about it. It's not a tourist attraction. They cut off all the cruises that would go there. They go to Roatan. You can go to Roatan, but you can't get a cruise to Guanaja. But it's a beautiful island, and we want to keep it that way. So no mean people. They told me, don't invite no mean people, Mr. Danny. So I go by Mr. Danny there. So I have a lot of lovely friends that live there, and it's only 10,000 people that live on that island. But hey, who is Club ENTP, right? It's not Daparu to Crusha. Daparu to Crusha is my breakdancing name from the time of 13 years of age in my freshman year. So it was a profession that my first job was being I cleaned poop at a veterinary hospital at the age of I think 10 or 11, and because I had a Great Dane, and my mom went to work for a veterinary office because it was so you had everything you needed for that Great Dane. He grew to be 38.5 inches at the shoulder. Massive Great Dane. And so lived 12 years, long time for a Great Dane, but we have, this amazing property that he was able to run, and just we fed him cottage cheese and a side of beef every 6 months. I mean, he was we rode him like a horse. He was a Great Dane. People called him, what was that? The big red Great Dane. I forget what with a C. It's I forget. Anyways, I'm just going on and on about the first job that I had was actually cleaning the kennels at my mom's place where she was managing a veterinary hospital. So I was very young, but my second job was as a break dancer, and I would teach in the summer times. We would my whole crew. We had a crew that was a large clique of people, and but we had 5 at a time that we were all sponsored by Jeans Machine, Jeans Northwest, The Gap. We did publicity stunts for companies. We had newspapers and news reels coming out and video taping us in those days. It was videotaping in those days, but I was addicted to being on the stage at that point. I started out as doing before I even started breakdancing, I was a dancer. I did the Michael Jackson Thriller and Beat It and Billie Jean live on stage in front of my entire new high school. I'm a freshman, you know. It was like, yeah, you don't try to make waves in a new school and a big school. Like, you got seniors that are, trying to initiate you and make you push pennies down the hallway. I had none of that. I made friends with the varsity basketball team was like loved me. So they were like making sure I didn't get harassed. But I did the first thing, I did an air guitar contest and won, and I was addicted. And then we started looking at breakdancing from New York. We didn't know what it was. It didn't exist in the Pacific Northwest where I live. So it was like, okay, this is something new. Let's see if it's real. And we taught ourselves how to do it. And then, there was the rapping, and then I got into the making of music to make our sets. So I was doing all the choreographing, the dancing, all that stuff. So, I've been addicted to performing all these years. So Show Media says, Club, may I ask what your birthday is? You want to know? It's 6669. So yeah, you can go and steal my identity. It doesn't matter. You can try, go for it. But yeah, anybody who wants to know my birthday, I am transparent. All right, and you also said, so I'm a Gemini. I bring that up a lot. I have theories about if it's real and how it's real. It's got to be scientific. So all I know is you're a Gemini, born, in '69. The rooster. Yeah, I'm a real cock. But yeah, year of the cock. But anyways, who else is writing? Oh, ignore Show Media. Why? Karma's pimp. What? Do you guys not get along? I think that's so funny. You guys know each other, and yeah, it's a bizarre love triangle here. And then Show Me is like, ignore Karma's pimp. I love you guys, man. And then let's see. We've got Asked Fast. Club ENTP, what do you do for work? I never talk about work. That's work, is to talk about work. And I can tell you what I've done, but work is it doesn't exist for me. There's no 9 to 5. There's no clocking in. There's no boss. I'm my own boss. I've got a very interesting setup where I have been able to avoid the work word for 15 years. And, part of it is knowing how to live and not overspend. I mean, I came straight out of Orange County, where my budget for my restaurants was $1,150 a month just for restaurants. Like, I had to have a budget for that. It's like, because we're good at making money, really good at making money. Like I said, second best type at making money is the ENTP, but we're one of the worst at keeping it managed and not overspending because we live like we feel larger than life. When we make an entrance, we make a real entrance. Like people notice when we come in. I mean, if we're not wearing something like this, it's just our bombastic comments or our, body language that people pick up on. They might not know why they are interested in what's going on over there. Who's that guy? And it's not that I want them to think that way. It's that they do because that's just the way I act when I walk into a room. So work is not there is no work for me. I do what I love. I do what I dream. I do what I have desires to do. And it has nothing to do with dating. I haven't dated in 15 years. That's another reason why I don't have to be tied to a corporation any longer because I don't have the expenditures that I had flying all over, jet setting, buying expensive jewelry, dresses, trips around, wherever. Those things are unconsequential. When I 15 years ago, when I really became awake, I was just a Disney dad and, had a great life, made a lot of money, had two beautiful kids, still do, and raised them down there in SoCal and loved it. And it was like amazing. And things changed for the better, actually. And it gave me an opportunity to start doing some research. I have never in my life had an opportunity just to be alone with a computer and just look up anything I want. I would go to the libraries to get the internet. I would go to the libraries and research books. I would go, and also look for chicks. I said chicks. I'm sorry, mom. If she hears me say chicks, she's going to be really upset. I promised her I wouldn't say chicks for Lent. But what about baby chicks? Ah. Oh, that is nasty looking, but it tastes great. It's like my own chai tea type of drink. But getting back to squirrel, how many guys like Carl? You guys like Carl the squirrel? Do you get it? Do you get like he's an ongoing joke? If you don't subscribe to this channel and hit the like button and whatever, then this will happen. And I create some horrible scenario for poor Carl to endure, and it usually looks really bad. It looks fatal. But the little Easter egg is at the end, it's you die. You're the one who gets hit with the big thing, and then you see nothing but space. So I'm trying to get people to think, hey, we're only here for a short amount of time. We're all gonna die. But how to die a great death, a nobler death. That's what I'm here to learn how to be more noble in my death. Have I died before? No. But have I thought I was dying? Yeah. Was I noble when I thought I was dying? Not as noble as I'd like to be, not as courageous as I'd like to be, not facing death in the way that I would want to face death again. And I learned from it. And so so it was like, I had no idea. I thought by the time I'm 50, I'm probably gonna be dead. Probably gonna die of a heart attack. And so I didn't think I was gonna live past 50. And so when I started living past 50, it was great. But then my back, I was burning some brush and my back field caught on fire. And it was so traumatic and that I ended up running with barrels, buckets of water to try and put out this huge fire. And I'm like, and my dad was like, he was on his tractor. I'm like, Dad, you gotta put out this fire. He's like, don't worry about it. I'm like, no. He's like, it's fine. I'm like, no. And I'm running back and forth. Pretty soon the fire department had to get involved. It would have taken off, 20 acres if we didn't, if they didn't come out and save me. But I couldn't breathe. I'm like, I couldn't breathe. Well, I have asthma and I didn't know it at the time. And I thought I was having a heart attack. And so I end up going in and thinking I'm dying of a heart attack when I'm like smoke inhalation and probably, probably some anxiety also that, I just went through a life-changing situation. I mean, to this day, I'm afraid of like fire. I have much higher respect for fire. So That's when I mentioned, hey, get some fire insurance, Eric. I told Eric, get some fire insurance for your new house because you're in a bad area. I didn't want his freaking house to burn down. Like, you can't say stuff about that. Like, if I came out here and goes, yeah, host Eric said, he wants me dead, like, that would be so wrong for me to do that to him. So I would never do that, never misrepresent. Like, that's a bad one. And for him to say that about me, I had to go on live. I had to defend myself. I mean, you guys are going to think that I'm like wanting his house to burn down. I like the guy. I actually like him, but he's not playing nice, and I'm not treating him as nice as I will when he does treat me nice. And when that happens, you'll see there'll be skyrockets, and people will rejoice that the two old ENTPs that are collectively are over 100 years old, can finally be real with each other, and no bullshit, no you know this or that. It's like, you want to test me, go ahead, test me. But whether or not you say I'm an ENTP, or if you give me like trick questions that are so hard for me to do, especially if I've had a bong hit, then I know what I am. I'm an ENTP, and there's no other way I could be. And I will give money to host Eric if he can pretend to be another type and answer the questions on a profile like Cloverleaf. Okay, let's get Cloverleaf involved and have him say, because he thinks he can do this, but he's never proved it. So, host Eric, I challenge you to, if you can do this, I will do your show however you want. You can, I'll go on. I won't do the Zoom. You can hang up on me, whatever. But if you can, host Eric, challenge, okay? If you can test live on like Cloverleaf and try to come up with a different type. I say, let's see you be an ISFJ. Since I'm going to be doing an interview with an ISFJ, I'd like to see what that looks like. So go ahead, host Eric. You do it. You come up and you can prove that you can trick the thing. I'll come on to your show. Test me however you like. I'll be on there for 8 hours if you want. I don't care. I'm all in. Do it live. We'll do it live and everyone will be happy. So let's do that. So that's my new thing. This is probably why I even made this whole thing in the first place, because there's a purpose for everything. Let me read some of your comments because they're getting by me here. Show media. Oh yeah. He says, let me pull this over. I want to take a bong hit and read at the same time. Let me do that. Let me read. I'll disguise my slow reading with a bong hit. I'm not even reading. I'm just smoking now. Okay. It says, just a fair warning, because I study astrology, you might have a touch downer of a year this year. So lay low a bit and take it easy until next year if you can. But 2025 will be your year. Okay. Did you really say that? Did you really say that? How could you say that? How could you say that that based upon something about a day when I'm born, how could that affect how I am today? If I'm a Gemini, I was born on June 6th. What difference does it make? I mean, where Mercury and Venus were when I'm that many cells already formed in my mother's womb? I'm just coming out. Wouldn't it be more prudent 9 months earlier to see what was going on when I was only 2 cells, and then 4 cells, and 8, and on and on? So I think that has more to do with those little tiny cells being influenced by heavenly bodies and diet, okay? Because ENTPs, Geminis they were born in June, 9 months earlier. It's the harvest. So the reason why we're 2 different people is because our mothers had so much nutrients that we just formed doubly, I guess, or double the strength. So yeah, we can. I don't believe that, but I think that if this whole Gemini, the astrology thing is real, it has to deal with 9 months earlier and not the day that they started breathing air. You're just breathing air for the first time that day. That's no different. You're just, and you're not as comfortable anymore. You're not in that amazing, perfect temperature, perfect. So, I mean, oh, you're so comfortable inside there, and it all changes. It all changes, but it has nothing to do with the moon where it is. It has nothing to do with I don't. If you can tell me, give me a scientific reason. Otherwise, who's doing this? Are there like gods that are doing this? Where does the power come? Where does it come? Because I don't see that those planets have any power over dictating how I'm going to be born or what I'm going to be doing in 2025. And nothing that comes against me that's formed will prosper. So everything that tries to come against me, if you say this is not your year, I beg to differ. It is my year and it's your year. It's our year and it's our now. Forget the year, it's now. And so when you look at that, I want to take that now and I want to take advantage of that now, right now. So it's that, what do they call it? Seize the day, seize the second, seize the moment, seize the tininess of the universe, one Planck length, and seize the greatness of the cosmos, the entire universe. Seize it in your mind. Think about that. Don't think about the Kardashian's butt. Like how big is her butt today? Who cares? It's not real. It matters not how the Hollywood operates. We know how it operates now. It's been exposed. That's because of people praying. That's because of people out there saying, you know what? Let's openly come against them in prayer with our God, our deity, our creator. And whether you practice Krishna or you're a Muslim or you are a Catholic. Well, if you're Catholic, it's Lent today, first day of Lent. So you need to clean out your belly button. Sorry. It is the first day of Lent. Yesterday I made a meme. It was a Karen who was really upset that we were all body shaming an entire day of the week, which is Fat Tuesday. Mardi Gras was yesterday. Okay. But so I was raised Catholic, so I know a lot about Catholicism, but no matter where it does matter. But if you have a spiritual connection with an organized religion, that's great. Change it if you want, don't change it. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. What really matters is, first of all, you have to find the answers for yourself. Don't be told you do this and then everything works. Then you can talk to Mary and then you can talk to God if she likes you. Or I don't know, if you bake her some cookies, I shouldn't say that. But I don't want to, make fun of any religion. I'm trying to be really respectful. I like to make fun of everything because I'm a roaster. So for me not to make fun of a religion, it's kind of hard. I'm gonna have a nice beverage. It's called Kern's, and it's a guava drink, and got it at Costco today. It's actually really good. So we're not talking about Costco. See, I just lost 2 people. See, darn it. I gotta be careful now. Now I have to really say everything you want me to say. All right. I gotta cater to you people. I love it. Okay, so your birthday explains a lot, says Show Media. Laugh out loud. You're a bully and a fighter. Yep. But I'm only a bully when a person deserves it. Then I'm like bad. I'm like, ooh, you don't want me to make fun of you. It's bad. But I like it. I like it as justice. Okay, so I gotta keep reading. Okay, so I'm a fighter. Yeah, a greater sense have to do things your way, but You have a warm, nurturing, soft side to you. You use when you want. That's my FE. Third on my slot. I have, if you've seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off, that's me. That was like, who is this guy? Because I was in high school. His sister looked just like my sister. She hated my guts too, just like that. It was like that's me. Before I had the beard, I looked like Ferris Bueller, but a lot taller. He was a little guy. And he was so smooth. And he had everything orchestrated. He had people doing he was a master manipulator. And that was what I was doing as a young ENTP was, I didn't want to even try in school. I didn't want to have good grades. I didn't care about good grades in the beginning. I had no interest. I wanted to have a platform, and every class was a platform. So every class, if the teacher said something that sounded funny and I triangulated that into a pun, well, there you go. But it was always something that would make people laugh and carry on. But that's a young ENTP narcissistic type of personality that is absolutely destined for destruction. The anti-hero, the exact anti-hero that we see in the movies. You see I don't even watch that many movies anymore, but all of the anti-heroes that are ENTPs, like look at Stark, Tony Stark. It's funny that people say I look like, they meet me and they go, "You look just like Robert Downey Jr." Actually, he looks pretty bad right now. Do I look that bad? Okay. But you look at their personality, they're really an ENTP. But they're playing a character. You're not seeing the real Robert Downey Jr. I can see a lot better than someone that's not an ENTP what he might be like in person, because he is so smug. He is being a character. He's being the Daparu to Crusha. But the real Robert Downey Jr. is just soft. And like you said, he's got a FE in his third slot. He's learned to charm. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not going to stop being charming because people might not think I'm an ENTP because I'm higher up in FE. That was one of the theories that was brought up, is like, come on, you guys are really reaching for straws trying to prove I'm not an ENTP, man. This is really getting funny. And I loved it. Why Melissa Talks didn't like it? I've got my theories. So, it's like, but I'm not going to talk about her today. That's for sure. But if you guys don't know who she is, make sure you check out her wonderful channel. She does a lot of really good stuff, a lot of interesting things, but she wants to move on, and good for her. In all you do, Melissa, you go, girl, or whatever you want me to call you. Anyway, so I will switch topics because now, guess what, guys? We are almost to 3 hours. Is that crazy? Not really. Not really, because I get energized. When I got on this show today, I was like, wow. I was like, whoa, this is not going off well. There's the whole thing was, the snowstorm came, and I had to go out with a hose and wash out my satellite because it was getting filled up with snow. But I did that for you guys. So if you don't like this today, you got to hit the like, then this will happen, to what's going to happen to Carl. So I always have these fun little ideas of what I want to do with Carl, the ENTP squirrel, because it is so systemic of an ENTP squirrel. Like we just think of something like, something else catches our attention. A lot of the times it's because you're boring, and you're not entertaining them, and so they're kind of starting to branch out a little bit. And then you say they don't have a good attention span. No. You don't have a good presence about you to keep us entertained. You don't have enough interesting stories to tell us that we are inquiring more about you. We don't care about the way you think because we don't find you intelligent. If that's the way it is, then you say, yeah, that guy, he's got ADHD, man. He's like, couldn't keep up. He brought up a bunch of random things, made absolutely no sense. No, it didn't make any sense because you don't have intuition. You can't triangulate. Like, I said this because you said that. You see, You didn't see that. You just saw this guy just changed subjects because the subject was stupid. The subject was boring. It was about work. It was about, what you do for a living. So what do you do for a living? Man, really? That's the first question you want to ask me? Because right then and there, I know how surfacey you are. If you said, hey, who are you? What's your passion? I'd be like, bro, sit down, man. Or stand up, whatever you want to do, Well, let's go for a walk. That's it. Let's go for a walk and let's talk and spend hours and be energized by that individual or the group of individuals. And that is the plan. We have this perfect opportunity with YouTube right now to build a little audience and take a little journey. Because if you go back 2 years to the very first show, look at the journey that's been made. That's an ENTP figuring all this stuff out at an old age, 53. So I'm figuring out how to use YouTube, how to use all these different programs out there. You've got no excuse. You're like, oh, I'm an ENTP and I'm old and, I would do that. But, there's all this new technology. Just do it. But here's the thing. It's like how you do it matters. Like if I get a new toy, I have to put it together. I look at the picture on the box and then I throw the directions out and I put it together. I learn each part individually and I study each individual part to know it. I don't look at a diagram with these really poorly drawn sketches. I'm an artist, by the way. So, I can draw a picture of you and it look like you, but these people can't draw a picture of a nut or a screw or a hinge. It's like, I'll just figure it out myself. Because the sooner I get it, it's like, oh, I want to do it, start it right now. I'm not the type of person that you buy something and then you just let it sit there. Like my dad, he will buy something and it'll be in this box for months. It's like, why did you even buy it? Oh, well, because he's an ESTJ, so he bought like 3 more and he's just got it, stuffed away in his storage. It's like that's the ESTJ. I mean, this is like I would love to be in the ESTJ. I would love to have so much attention to detail and say, who moved that glass? Like, how would you know that? Like, I did. Well, you didn't put it right back the same exact. Well, pretty much. How would you know? Well, I know these things. Like, that's my dad. That's an ESTJ. So for him to go, well, my son, what's wrong with him? He has no attention to detail, but man, look at him create. So my dad appreciates my creative side, and my parents both have nurtured it, and they've really let me do whatever I wanted. I had an entire mural I painted on my bedroom wall in like pastels, oil pastels. Man, you could never get that stuff out. And it made it into a seascape with a waterfall, an actual waterfall with like 17 different individual waterfalls. And so, it was like they just let me do whatever I dreamed. So they knew I was different from that the very beginning. And my grandfather would look at me and study me and watch me when I try and do something before I could even crawl. I would get so I couldn't do it. I would just keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it until I did it. So if I'm trying to put blocks on top of each other and stack it up, I would just do it one after the other and if it fell down, I'd do it again and see if I can get higher and just competitive with myself, just over and over and over again. And my grandfather was like, he's different. And then an NTP child is walking, if they're blessed enough to have a father, walking in their footsteps, asking, why is this happen? Why is that? What is this? What is that? What do you call this? What do you call it when that happens? And poor my dad, he was like, oh, yeah, that's because he had so many questions I asked him. He'd say, well, what do you think? I'd say, well, I think, I'd be like, Dad, why do hippopotamuses have big mouths? And he goes, I don't know. What do you think? I go, because I think they'd like to eat walks. I had a speech impediment when I was young. And so he would, yeah, that's exactly why, Danny, I was little Danny. And, that's where we have to appreciate the ESTJs in all of their patience and all of their wisdom and all of their lack of creativity, that when they do see that, they'll utilize that in their company that they're running. Usually they're running a company, you know? Why wouldn't I wanna be a, ESTJ? That I would be proud to be an ESTJ, but I'm not. I can't test as an ESTJ. I could try, and maybe I should do that if host Eric doesn't do it. Like I said, host Eric, your challenge now is you can be pretend you're an ISFJ on Cloverleaf, and then you fill out the questions live as an INFJ would do. And if you can prove that you're like you could trick the machine because you think that I can trick my answers, I can't. I am an ENTP every single time I take the test. 3 times now. 4 if you consider you tagged me as an ENTP the first time. And now you wanted me back on because you got record views. I told you that was gonna happen. But you're like, "Hey, I said we need some controversy." So, of course, not calling me an ENTP was enough controversy to start a little back and forth YouTube war, And it's fun, for ENTPs, but like I said, not fun for INFJs. So INFJs out there that watch me, I love you guys. Please don't give up on me. I'm not going to be talking about this guy all the time. I didn't even want to talk about him today, but here we are going into our 3rd hour, and I'm just excited. I want to see where this ends up with host Eric and Rachel, because they got to know that I love them. I don't email them. I don't contact them, but they got to know that I love this back and forth. I've said as much, but he doesn't watch my content. He just refuses to look at it. And I know why. Because I've watched him enough, and he has said again and again, when he found out that I was 53 years old at the time. I was 52. I was 3 years older than him. He was like, "No way. I thought you were in your 20s." And I'm like, "No." He goes, "Well, then I'm gonna watch you because I didn't want to watch you because I thought, oh, you're in your 20s. And so you know how to do all the stuff, the bells and whistles, and you got it all." It's like, okay. He has been after himself about the aesthetics of his show since I started watching 2 years ago. And when that happens, you realize he's now trying, in my opinion, he's saying, well, I'm too old to do something new, to have a better background, to have more bells and whistles, to be more entertaining, to have better lighting, to do something with the green screen behind me. So all these things are he's thinking about them day in and day out. He's building what he wants, the same thing I want, an audience. We're not doing this for money. I'm not doing this for uh, this is very anti-productive for money. This has cost me money. And it more than that, it cost me time. Every episode that I've created from the last year has taken me over 100 hours to create each one. And I don't skimp. I try to do my very best. I don't know why. I just have this I I just need I need it to be the best. I need it to be something no one's ever done. Like wearing this ugly thing, who would do that? But I do when it's, snowing and there's a snowstorm outside. There's probably a foot of snow right now. If I wanted to leave anywhere, I probably couldn't. And oh, by the way, everybody, if the lights go out, it's because the power's dead. And I don't have my generator hooked up. So it will be a moment where you'll just say, "Oh, show's over," but not yet. So I'm not even done yet. I could go for another hour. So who knows? It's 10 on the dot. I just looked up at the clock. 10 on the dot. So that means we almost we've almost got 3 hours here coming up in 11 minutes. All right, everybody. I'm going to read your questions again. So going down to show media. Show media, you are showing everybody up with all your questions. I love it. It says just a fair warning about, oh, I think I've already done that. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. So is that a new one? Oh, wow. I missed it. Don't actually smoke though, right? Soberness is what it's all about, brother. Oh, Mr. Bobby, listen about marijuana. I would love to debate any Christian on this matter, because if you say that this flower is no good, then you are calling good evil. And when God created man on the sixth day, he gave man every green seed bearing herb everywhere on the planet for their meat. That means for whatever their met purpose is. So anyone, and then he said he gave it to us for our use, and he said it is very good. So his creation is very good. So anyone that calls good evil or evil good is actually in danger. So be careful, my brother. I love you, and I will sing the praises of marijuana till the day I die, because it is not a drug, it's an herb. It is a part of who we are as a species. It was given to us for our meat in the Garden of Eden. In fact, even if you don't believe in this thing, I'm doing an argument on a biblical basis, because I know that Mr. Bobby is a righteous man. And so, this is what we all want to be. We all want to be righteous, but not righteous in our own bowels, where we twist the truth to make ourselves straight. But when the word straightens us, then no man can crooked us. No one can change us. We're straight from the inside out. But if the word's not in you, then you have no life in you, according to scripture. So when you look and you say, okay, my brother, he has weak faith and he can't eat meat that's sacrificed to an idol. If you eat that meat in front of him, you sin. Am I right or am I right? But if you eat it alone, you do it in faith, knowing even though they sacrifice this, it's halal or whatever it is, I can still eat it, because I'm just putting, my creator wants me to be happy and healthy and full, right? So every creature on God's green earth does something to get themselves high. You have dolphins that pass around communically a pufferfish as they get little bits of poison in them that gives them a high, and they enjoy it for whatever reason. They enjoy it. Is that wrong? Should we keep them and prevent them from biting those? Or maybe some meerkats that are biting on a centipede, poisonous, that makes them high. Should we go to Madagascar and say, little lemur, you don't put that poisonous mushroom or that poisonous uh, you know bug in your mouth to get high. They do that with a centipede, right? But that's what we all do. We all get stimulated and altered in some way. Now, to be sober minded is incredibly important. That's why I don't drink alcohol hardly ever. If I do, it's very occasionally, strictly celebratory. But no, when I do drink, it's got to be a very well planned out thing, because I will drink too many too fast, and then I'll stop. But I will, like, on a hot day, I'll drink like 3 beers in 2 hours, and that's faster than you're supposed to drink. That's binge drinking. So shouldn't do that, and it's not good for you. Even though there's nothing wrong with wine. If you look in Ecclesiastes, you'll see that King Solomon wrote that if you're down, if your heart is in despair, drink wine and it'll lift your heart. It'll make you happy. Won't make you happy the next day necessarily, but I mean, you want to get into the it like the for instance, what is sin? Can you answer this for me? Give me the definition, Mr. Bobby. What is sin? Do you know the biblical answer of sin? It's really simple. Do you know it? Oh, we're going to talk about the Greek. We're talking about just the word sin, biblically defined, is anything done without faith. Now, here's the Rosetta Stone. What is faith? Well, Romans 10:17, faith cometh by hearing, hearing by the word of God. So you get faith from the word. From what, if it's the Quran, they get a faith from that. If it's from the Holy Bible, they get a faith from that. If they're getting a faith and they're being able to move mountains, why are you going to tell them that they're doing the wrong thing? You know, are we trying to, group all of them up into one brand of religion? That's what we're doing. Not me, but I've been involved in that. And so what do? We say, if I have faith to do this, then it's not sin. So if the Bible says, thou shalt not smoke marijuana, and I smoke marijuana, I sin according to the Bible. Okay. But if I drink a glass of wine, what does the Bible say? Thou shalt not drink? No. It says don't get drunk. Don't, be sober minded. It doesn't say don't drink. Or I'm sure that the first miracle that Yeshua created on earth wouldn't have been wine, really good wine. But why did he make wine? He got you, didn't he? He was an ENTP on my life. I'm telling you, Yeshua was ENTP because he messed with people's minds. He messed with their thinking. He was always abstract. He would turn to people and say, do you still want to follow me? And they were like, yeah, well, why not? You fed us. You gave us fish and loaves. He says, if you don't eat my flesh and drink my blood, you cannot be my disciple. And 5,000 of them, they're like, see ya. Bye, dude. You're nuts, man. And he didn't care. And he turned to his 12 and he says, do you want to leave me too? They said, where would we go? You've got the words of life in you. They didn't even understand a word he said. He spoke in parables. Only towards the end did they even know what he meant by the parables, but they're afraid to ask him. They said, he knew that they inquired to ask. So he went over to them and said, you want to know the parable about the seeds thrown on the path and the ones in good soil. And you want to know all that, what the meaning is. Like, yeah, we do actually. And when he said, okay, when I sow on the path, that means demons come around. That's the word of God, and the demons take it away, so it can't sprout. If I put it in weeds, then it'll grow up, but it'll get choked out from the doubting weeds around it. So doubt will come and kill it. If I throw it in good soil, it'll produce 10, 20, 100-fold. But the good soil is good people. If the word of God goes into people and they've got a good spirit, it makes their spirit grow. Then their spirit can start telling their mind and their emotions, hey, don't listen to the flesh anymore. That flesh has got you, doesn't it? You got an addiction to, tobacco. You've got an addiction to alcohol. You've got an addiction. I've seen crackheads and how they dealt with their own mothers in Honduras. You want to talk about poverty and self-deception and manipulation. You look at a crackhead in a third world country, and that's what you find. It'll teach you a lot about addiction. But nothing has control over me. I don't have a withdrawal if I don't smoke for a week or a month. I don't have any withdrawals. There's no harmful. I cough. That's it. But apparently, I can't say anything about the diseases. But some of people have said that by smoking marijuana, you're impervious to certain, let's just say, common illnesses. And by the way, I didn't get either the or I never got sick, not once. I had been healthy every single day of the pandemic, every single day. Thank God, I'm so blessed. And okay, so going back to what I was saying. So if I have the word that says you can do this, if you look at the Psalms, you look at the examples of the herb that was on the buds that were perfect in the old King James Bible. The buds were perfect, and there was a mist over the garden, and it was like he was trying to explain to him, hey, you want to know what it's going to be like when I do this thing in the future? Well, it's like this thing that you know about. He's saying, how like when in the heat of the harvest, I'm talking about Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 2, I think, moving on. If you look at that in Habakkuk, the book of Habakkuk, you'll see in the second chapter that he says, it's going to be like, when it's the heat of the harvest and the buds are perfect and the dew from from the herb, it's literally sets you where you were like super imaginative, like, whoa, you're getting high. It describes getting high. He's like, oh yeah, you know how you can come up with really good ideas when you do that? When that bud is perfect? He says, I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna think about how I'm gonna destroy your enemy. Think about that. Maybe it's not Habakkuk 2. That is verse 20, I think. I'll put it in the note lines because I will never forget. I will, if I am at a party with you and I'm like, hey, there was that guy on TV that, oh, what's his name? Oh, I'll remember it. If it's 3 weeks later, I'll remember it and I'll call you up. It might be midnight and say, John Dunnigan. Yeah, that guy. He is so funny. Or whoever, right? I'm telling you, I will put that in the note lines. Mark my words. So, but it's important for me to share, like, biblically why I can use marijuana and always be sober. I'm stone sober. If you understand what that means my level of tolerance has been so elevated that even if I were to eat, you know, 3 or 4 brownies that you would think would get you high, it wouldn't get me high. It doesn't do anything. It just slows my mind down. I don't even eat the edibles. I just puff off the bong, and I just do really light hits. I don't take a huge, deep bong hit, but just very, very aerated, so it's mixing with air. I'll show you. My doctor wanted to come. She was an INTP, and she might even be watching this. Hi, doctor. She said, I want to come over to your house. I want to see your fish, and I want to see how you smoke marijuana because I told my doctor. I said, certainly, come on over. Doll face. I had a little crush on her. No secret. But yeah, it was my doctor's very recently too, but not too recently. But yeah, we're talking during the life of this show. So it was about a year ago. Anyways, she wanted to come over and see how I smoke marijuana because she's a doctor and she knew that there's nothing wrong with it. And she is a really hardcore Christian. She's actually she lost her job as my doctor because she wouldn't get she's naturopathic and or homeopathic, I should say. And but yeah, wonderful doctor. Just a wonderful human being and amazing conversations. INTPs, females out there, wow, you girls can, like, when you open up, you really open up, and I love that because I talk for 6 to 8 hours with her, just about everything. Just imagine talking with your doctor about just everything. Like, there is your guest. It's like pretty cool. Yeah. Anyways, what is this, Mr. Hobby? Okay, Bobby, Mr. Hobby, Mr. Hobby Bobby. But seriously though, soberness is emphasized. Anything that alters it is discouraged by God. Okay, does coffee alter you? Is coffee a drug? Oh yeah. If I drink 2 cups of coffee a day, I physically am addicted to it. Right now, I am physically addicted to drinking 2 cups of coffee a day, which is not gonna be very long. Okay. I will fast. I'll do a water fast. I'll do a water cleanse for 10 days if I have to. I do not like getting a headache. Okay. I hate headaches. So, and I don't get headaches unless I drink too much coffee, or if I'm drinking too much coffee, more than 1 cup a day, and if I drink 2 cups a day and I only drink 1, later that evening I get a headache. I've already had 2 cups today, so, and I can't have a third because if I do that, I really screw up my whole life. From that point on, I'd be like a coffee drinker and more than, so I'm very, very sensitive about what I put into my body, and I'll bet my brother, if I looked at the things that you put into your body, I would be crying. Why are you eating that dehydrated cottonseed oil? Why are you eating that Twinkie or that, extra calories? Why are you eating what? It's not what goes into the man that defiles him, my brother. It's what comes out of the man that defiles the whole body. You see, when only you put in the word, and everything else takes a second seat to it, then only good can come out, and even good judgment. So I love the fact that you want to earn, or not earn, you want to spur me on. Ooh, I'm not going to say, ooh, that just sounded bad. Edit that. I did not just say spur me on. That is, I'm never coming out of my lips again. And that, oh man. All right, now I'm being stupid. See, that's probably why see what that bong hit altered me. It's all the bong hit's fault, man. But getting back to, you have to be real with yourself and say, if you are not able to use marijuana in a sober way, like you just do it once in a while, you can't drive a car. You can't function in public. You might as well just go and do some artwork and, enjoy nature or something. But you're not sober. But if you smoke every day, you're stone sober. Stone sober. You're not unsober at all. You're not debilitated. You're not altered to a degree that is making me unsober or non-sober. So, but I appreciate that. I want that. Iron sharpens iron, brother. See, I like it. I like it when people want to challenge me. This means that if I am humble and pride does not blind me, and I'm innocent of that worst of, not maybe worst of sins, but one of the deadly ones, man. Pride is bad. It's ugly, and that's why I love humble people. And you know what? That's what I have against Eric is, humility is one of the virtues I would love to bestow upon him. And he said something I want you guys to remember. He said he may have an internal um, dialogue that revolves more around organized religion than I do, or biblical principles than I do. He was right. This is why I'm a different person than he is. There's certain things that I am, even though, oh, and by the way, I want to tell you that we true believers of Yeshua, we of the Christ, we worship in freedom, in liberty. We don't have restrictions. It is only, I do this because it benefits not only myself but this kingdom. This is where I meditate. I meditate daily. If I didn't, my mind goes so fast that I'm thinking of four things at the same time. I mean, I can't sleep if I don't take some melatonin. If I don't take 2 tabs of melatonin, I'm doing like video editing with my feet at night. And that happened last night because I didn't take melatonin. And then I can only sleep for about, like 5 hours, but not solid, just like, you know, but I'm always up thinking of jokes. I'm thinking of memes. I wake up and think of a worldwide meme I'm gonna make go viral. I'm laughing but I'm going to sleep and I just start laughing out loud. I'm like, oh, that was a funny joke. I should write that down, but it doesn't matter. Funny is nothing. This is something. In fact, all the things you want to build, if you built a temple, what is it, Mr. Bobby? If you built a temple with your hands and you dedicated it to God or Jehovah, I would not respect it, and neither would God. It would be vain. It would be pointless. The only good thing that you can do, and this is what I've come with all of my years of studying and 15 years of really deep research into the King James Bible. That's what I've done with my life. I stopped working and started wording. Okay. And I learned everything I needed to know from the King James Bible, and so did my children up until this point. So I raised my children using that structure as a basis. So, but I'm like the coolest, hippest person. I have people on my show that are open Satanists. I don't judge them. They have found a faith in something that they believe in. Will they believe it in 2 years or 10 years? I don't know. Doubt it. We change, we evolve. But I want to keep reading. Mr. Bobby, I love it. You wrote, I don't remember you smoking weed before. I thought you were doing it as a stick. No, that's just one of the similarities between two ENTPs, that we're both using marijuana to calm our minds down. We slow down because by the time you're talking to us, we're thinking of like 10 different things we could come back at you and talk to you. Or if we're in a good mood, great. If we're in a bad mood, bad for you. We're always thinking, but when we calm down, Don't over abuse it. Don't use it to escape. It's not escapism. It is merely, if you drink a cup of coffee in the morning, you are altering yourself much more than I alter myself for a few moments. I usually have my best ideas in deep meditation after one bong hit, and then I'm alone in my thoughts. I'm about with my fish in my koi pond, or I'm doing in nature somewhere, or I'm just right here, right now, and just trying to be open to whatever the truth is that I always have to speak it. I know why I really got to host Eric. I know this is a lot about host Eric, but I got to him when I said that title was host Eric, spreading lies, right? He wants to, I really believe that he believes that he is always truthful. I really believe that. But he's not. He's not always truthful. He doesn't know that he's insincere. He doesn't see it as urgent to recognize it. It's kind of in the FI department. We don't really care about, oh yeah, does that make me a hypocrite? Oh yeah. Then hey, if you've learned enough, if you suffered enough, you don't want to be a hypocrite. That's the last thing in the world you want to be. So I respect host Eric for that. He wants the truth to be always priority, and that, my friends, is highly respectable. And I know I'm gonna find common ground with host Eric, and I know it already exists, but it'll be uncovered for the rest of people to really see. But I think the worst problem right now is Eric himself. He is so confused right now about Club ENTP, and he should be actually here right now saying, "Who in the world is Club ENTP?" Well, host Eric, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you he is 100% part of Club ENTP. He has been a subscriber for 2 years now. So he is Club ENTP. You are Club ENTP. If you're here with me and you're not subscribed, you're a hopeful. I want to know that I can come back to you, that these words didn't just fall upon deaf ears, that there is something else that you need to hear, that I am going to say to you. And if you have dreams, I interpret dreams because my name is Daniel and God gave me a gift. And so I'm not here to exploit it. I'm not going to make money on it. I want to help people with reoccurring dreams or significant dreams that is intended for my ears to hear. And if you bring those to me, perhaps we'll be on video together. And I'll have that all opened up. By the way, I haven't even mentioned Type School one time in 3 hours and 12 minutes. You're looking at an instructor for Type School, everyone. If you don't know what that is, hit the like button again. There's a new place in town called Type School, and it's like the one-shop stopping mall for every instructor. You've got all kinds of hosts there. For instance, you have Eric Thor, which is an amazing guy. He's right there for you. You can talk to him. Schedule a time to meet with him, face-to-face video. I really admire that guy. And anybody that's producing and getting the word out about MBTI, they are my friend because we're both spreading the same gospel. Because if you don't know who you are, how are you going to know who everyone else is? And how are you going to know who the creator of all creation is? How are you going to ascertain that presence, that charisma, that presence? Did I say presence? There's another word I need to say. There's a better word, a much better word. It's a character. It is a character, an individual, and I'm gonna crystallize it right now for you. Okay, it is the originator of consciousness that we share right now. You and I, singularity. We are at the same moment experiencing reality, but in a different way. So the way I interpret my reality with my consciousness that I've been given, as you have, it's not a different consciousness. That's what I'm trying to say. You all have the same exact one. And I'll tell you how I know this, because there's only one electron. If you study the electron, it is the same exact electron duplicated over and over and over again. So is your consciousness. It's consciousness, but what you do with it determines the level of reality that you're existing in. And now I'm like having people drop off because they're like, oh, dude, this is some heavy shit, dude. It is, but I'm telling you, it is the answer. Consciousness, if you realize you and I share the same consciousness, yet you've used it in an entirely different scenario in life than I've had to use mine, then I can appreciate your reality. I don't have to, I'm not threatened by it. Like, your reality doesn't mean that I have to stop smoking marijuana now because you think that I'm not sober when I smoke marijuana and I should be sober all the time. And I think that's very honorable. I think that's noble. I think that's admirable that you bring that to me. And that's out of love. I believe that's the most loving thing anybody's said to me so far tonight. They could say I love you, and this would still be even more of from love than the words I love you, because you are coming to me out of a brotherhood, a phileo. If you want to go back to the Greek, we'll call it the phileo. It's a lateral love, whereas the eros love is an erotic love. It's a love that starts here and ascends to heaven. But the agape love, this is the origination of our consciousness. It's a gift that we could never obtain. We can't, we didn't obtain consciousness of ourselves. We could never, and no one will ever be able to obtain consciousness of themselves. It's a gift. It's the agape. But what you do with it means an entire eternity, because I really believe that when we are out of here, we translate only that which is real. So none of you are going to know what Kim Kardashian's butt looked like when you die. None of you. You won't remember it. You won't remember making jokes about it. None of that matters. It won't translate to the next dimension. What does is mathematics. It's truth. Whatever is true here on earth is true in heaven. So therefore, the laws and physics that we are experiencing here, if we are experiencing them, and we're not just, like mindlessly looking at entertainment and just filling our faces full of, simple carbohydrates. And if we do, and we drink and we numb ourselves and we use prescription drugs, and we're killing ourselves and we're killing those around us too. And we're not giving our best self to them. We're not giving us their best self. When I smoke marijuana, I'm giving my best self to my loved ones. When I drink alcohol, I am not giving my best to anybody. I might be giving my best comedy. I might be giving my best example of what not to be, but I'm not being the best me that I can be. And when I say the best me, it's what my spirit wants me to be. My spirit wants to be a hero. My spirit wants me to live out the truth without being a hypocrite. That's what my spirit, that's why I know my spirit isn't a bad spirit, okay? And anybody that wants to do bad things to people has a bad spirit. And will they ever have a good spirit? I doubt it. I just don't think, and it's not up to me to make them do anything. They're a separate universe outside of my own universe of reality, of which we're tied together with the singularity of consciousness. That's a gift from the creation. The cosmos is just another gift. But I'm going to tell you this. If we didn't have these eyes to see the cosmos, it would be invisible. Unless you believe in little green men, at the rate of them shooting down these things out of the sky, you probably believe in that malarkey. I don't. I don't believe in little green men here from other planets. I don't believe in it. And I'll tell you what, if they existed, Elon Musk would probably know. And he doesn't know. So if he doesn't know, that means probably not. And so therefore, it's a construct of our either imagination or our military industrial complex, or a combination of both, or some other military industrial complex. So that makes more sense to me. That's more logical to me. I hope it is to you too, because that's all we need to do is just start chasing after little green men and get all detracted from all the real stuff that's going on. The real truth is we're all dying. Right now, each and every one of us, we're all dying, and we've been dying since the day we started breathing air. And what we do with the rest of that time is really important. And I care if you have your life going a completely different direction because of something that you found that was relatable, that I might, you know, you might grab in my rant. There's something that you'll say, well, you know what? I could apply that to my life. I might not be an ENTP, but if you want to get outside of yourself, first of all, you need to know what the self is, the animal, that we are all the same creature. We're a spirit, the S, we're the emotions, the E, we're the lobes, the L, and we're the flesh, the F. Sounds kind of funny, but the self, that's the book I've written, but I haven't produced it. I'm putting this book into a type school educational program via video, and that's going to be exciting. And it'll probably be 3D also. So, but those are the situations coming up. There's Mr. Bobby. You still wrote more things. So you're right that when I brought that bong onto host Eric's show with the same blowtorch, I was being shtick because I didn't, necessarily need to do that. I just did it for the show. But I showed number one, dirty bong. Okay. ENTP with clean bong water, highly suspect. And I meant highly with a pun intended. So if your bong water is clean, you might not be an ENTP. If you keep it really nice and tidy, you might be a J type. But I brought that up as an example. ENTPs, when they smoke out of bongs, they're usually filthy. And that was the point. With the blowtorch, funny thing is, I have the same exact blowtorch that I use on oil. And I don't use oil any longer because I invented a machine that made it. Like it used heat and pressure, no butane or any other petroleum products. Because I'm a very, very much a whole. I don't take drugs. I don't take pharmaceuticals. I'm a natural path to the most part. I mean, I'm conscientious of everything that I put in my body, including the food that I eat. So I'm very careful. I don't, just because I want to, there's something delicious. I've taught my children and myself that the stomach was made for the man, not the man for the stomach. So I tell my children, eat to live, and my kids are in really good shape. I mean, fantastic shape. So, and they're now in their mid-20s. So crazy. And they're very, very healthy, happy, and in love, married, one grandchild. I'm super happy about that. But going back to the things I like to talk about most are what's real. Because like I said earlier, we're not going to remember what Kim Kardashian's ass looked like because it's not real. The fake fights on the housewives, that's not real. Why watch it? Okay, so I have a problem using my consciousness to invest it in something that is not real, and I know it, or I don't know it. I'm not diligent enough with that gift from God to search for it and learn it for myself. If you're a long time, I was born in this church, I don't respect that. I respect that. Were you born in that church and you questioned that church and you got your own answers? I respect that. And if you remained, I'm surprised. You might not have done enough research, just saying. I've been to more churches than you can imagine. Pentecostal, not only American, which are very weird, definitely stranger than other cultures, Romanian Pentecostal churches, uh, Honduran, Central American Pentecostals, very different from the Romanians. I've been to four square churches, five square. I'm kidding. No, five square. You name it. I mean, I've been to, I would say, probably around under 50, more than 30, somewhere around there. So I've been to a lot. I've had a lot of experience, and when I do, I'm going there for fellowship to learn something. But what I end up doing is I ask for the CEO, which is the pastor or the reverend or the bishop, and I say, are you the CEO of this 501c3 corporation? I don't say it like that, but that's what it is. I just say, are you the CEO? He goes, yeah, I am. As a matter of fact, like my car, like my tight Hawaiian shirt. I'm 2 sizes too small. I like to make fun of preachers because I did that on episode 9, I believe. It was episode 9 with my daughter, where I came out and did the preacher. One of my characters that I, you know, invented. So I'll be doing that in the future. I'll be coming up with different faces, different shticks, different writing. I'm going to do different characters. I'll be hosting actually as a different character of Club ENTP, but it will be Club MBTI. So it'll be hosted by an INFJ. One week it'll be hosted by an an ENFJ another week, just on and on. And all the characters have been written out for over a year. I just have to film it and produce it, and it'll be entertaining. Trust me. So each one of the characters, all 16 personality types, will be hosting Club ENTP at some moment. So you'll just get ready for that. Plus, I've already said the 3Ds coming soon, VR coming soon. That's going to be so cool. Except I'm worried that I'm going to be so infatuated with VR that I'm not going to want to live in the real world. Could happen. But again, I don't let anything have domination over me, Mr. Bobby. Remember that. It's to let nothing lord over you. That's the real important thing. Hey, I've got somebody I haven't even seen for a while. Reality of Typology says, hey, it's Club ENTP. Well, I want you to ask me any question you'd like. I am really here to answer who in the world is Club ENTP. It's not me. It's not Daparu to Crusha. It's not, little old Danny Daparu to Patrick Daroop. It's not me. It's all of you. It's host Eric. It's Melissa Talks. It's all the people that are subscribed to the channel. It's everyone combined. It's ENFPs, it's ENTPs, it's ESTPs, except they usually have their shirts off. I don't know what those ESTPs are all about. My son is an ESTP. You guys are the best looking type that there is. It just is. It's just not, you can't get better looking than an ESTP. And that's why they like to take their shirts off. I'm just convinced of it. They're amazing. But everybody that's just getting on, make sure you hit the like button, because that does something to the algorithms. I think you know that. And it really helps me, because if not, you're just being selfish and you're keeping Daparu to Crusha all to yourself and not sharing me with potentially new victims of mine. So please do that. But getting back to one of the things I'd like for you to do, if you have a question you want me to answer, I probably won't read it if it's not highlighted to @ClubENTP, because I'm looking at a screen that's very small right now, and my eyesight is not so good at small things. So I don't do small so well. Nothing about me is, no. Anyways, moving on. So yeah, ENTPs do everything on a big scale. Am I right or am I right? It's like you don't want to do. Here's the thing. I don't want to think of a problem to solve that's small. I want to think of like somebody says, well, there's a global problem with this and no one can figure out. I'm like, oh, please let me try. Can I? Will you give me the resources? Can you give me the education? Can you lead me in the right place? Or, I'll find it myself. You just got to ask the right questions. You are unstoppable, people, all of you, no matter your type, if you know the right questions to ask. And that's why meditation's important. Because if you don't meditate, that question will be quickly answered for you. What's important to you is Dove soap. What's important to you is being a good mother and buying them this nutritious cereal. What's really important is your love life. What's really important is buying a new car. What's really important is looking sharp. All these things are being forced into your subconscious, into your conscious 24/7 when you're watching television, listening to the radio, listening to other people's music. I don't even listen to other people's music unless it's a foreign language or it's classical or instrumental. I don't want anyone's will in my mind. That's why I had such a great time talking with my last guest on episode 16 was from the Gen Zennial. And I brought him on the show not to talk about Sigma versus Gamma, blah, blah, blah. I wanted to say, what is your stance on free will? And I thought I knew it and I was right. And I'm like, yes, now I've got a debate. Now I can share my thoughts on this subject with somebody that's going to think about what they're going to say, someone who's intelligently putting words together out of their mouths and making sense. And I love that. And that's why Captain Brian's going to be on again and again. And that's going to be a recurring thing. Hopefully, feather it out. I've got a lot of guests that I've promised to bring on and interview, and I've got a stack of people. So make sure that you stay tuned and subscribe to the channel, because if you don't, you might miss it. And you know what's going to happen if you don't subscribe to the channel? What's going to happen to Carl? You think about that try to sleep on that tonight. What is Daparu the Steampunk going to do to poor Carl the Squirrel? If you don't subscribe now, hit the like button and, make a comment on that episode 16. It's so important, because if you don't, I have nothing to read to the audience. And then I just sit there and stare at the camera and say nothing for, too long. Uncomfortable silence. I hate it. All right, let's get back to your questions. Karma's Pimp says, I didn't go that far. Karma's Pimp didn't go how far? I missed the point. So you got me there, man. I don't even know how far, where. We're not even on the same plane, man. So I know the password to the INFJ cookie clubhouse. That is Augie Oxion. Oxion. Oh, I'd love for you to write something to me. Give me a really clever comment on episode 16 so I can read it in the next viewer mail, because I want to butcher that name. Augie, as Daparu to Steampunk, you have to watch to the very end of the show. I do my very best work at the end of every show, because it is so hard to do the robot and try and stay in character, reading your comments. I'm a horrible reader as it is. So it really is a test of my my will and determination to keep doing it every single time. And if nobody watches it, then if they don't watch the entire video, then they just missed all of the effort that I put into putting them on a guilt trip if they don't subscribe to the channel. I can't make you feel guilty if you don't see the squirrel getting run through a grinder or blown up by a helicopter or whatever. But yeah, that's all. Those weapons are all very reminiscent of, it's an inside joke with the Stark Enterprise, Tony Stark, ENTP, inventor, mad scientist, but not so mad. He's kind of happy. Does pretty well with the ladies, but his perfect dream girl is, what's her name? You guys will know. She's got a horrible name. It's just a plain old name. But whatever her name is, it doesn't matter. I've only seen that. I only watched a movie once, and I don't care to watch it again. Excuse me. But when I saw that character that she plays, she's like the perfect female for him. It's like, wow. She's helps him maintain schedules, balances his checkbook, big glasses, smart. I mean, who doesn't love that? Well, ENTPs love that because we're sapiosexual. We love intelligence. And when we see intellect, we are always very interested. If you're female, then All right, what is this? Saraba says, excuse me, Club ENTP, C.S. Joseph and yourself are believers. But why aren't ENTPs religious? Oh, that's easy. Do they get more religious as they mature in life? Wow, I've never heard anything from you before. So welcome to Club ENTP. I welcome those intelligent questions. Now, C.S. Lewis lives in near a proximity to me, apparently. So I'm in Southwest Washington. I believe he's in the Seattle area, just north of me. But whether he's there or he's somewhere else in the world, I extended my invitation to show up in my actual studio, but never heard from him. So to me, that's very suspect. Why would an ENTP not want to be on another show with an ENTP? Like, don't threaten me with a good time, man. Like, why wouldn't you do that? Unless you're not an ENTP or you are not wanting to share your audience because perhaps there's some, maybe you have some insecurities, C.S. Joseph. You're not really wanting to bring any attention to somebody who's doing things a little differently and making things a little more entertaining instead of I've got this. Now, if you look over here, you see that generally what we have here is a stack of functions. Oh dear, I dropped my juice. But getting back to it, I have more whiteboards than C.S. Lewis guarantee. I use these to teach people, teach my children, teach myself. And I can't talk to people. Oh, I can't talk to people if I don't have a microphone. I can't, like with my marriages, I could not explain to them what I was trying to communicate without a blackboard. I mean, a whiteboard. It was like literally like, listen, okay, here's why your whatever is wrong. Okay, I got to draw it out for you. Okay, and that was, both of them were feelers, so they weren't thinkers. So that's why I'm always like, I didn't think I'd like INFJ because of their feelers. Well, they're very close to thinkers, very intelligent. But so yeah, I wanted to get back on that was a really good question. So C.S. Joseph, he's a believer. All right. That doesn't mean anything to me. All right. Because the reason we don't adhere to religions is because we're comparing them with everything else with our NA. Oh, this religion says this. This religion says I need two hands to talk. And we get all these things that we're like, well, that doesn't make sense. We triangulate. Well, they do this. They say if you go over here, you're going to hell. And if you go to that church, you're going to hell. Like they're both like, you're going to hell either way, man. You're in hell. You're in an organized religion, man. What is worse? I don't know. But it's control. And one of the things that any XP we fear more than, I'm sorry, ENXP, dyslexic, ENFPs, ENTPs, our number one fear is what? Anybody know? Being controlled. Oh my God. And if there's no reason for it, like if they want to like charge $10 more per month at a parking spot, okay, an ENTP is just like, well, that's just like wrong. They're controlling my money because they decided to do something. It's like being controlled is our worst nightmare, even if it's our parking spot, let alone a job that we work at every single day. And if we can't just take off, we get claustrophobic. Like, oh my God, listen, I don't want to be at work today. I don't need to be at work today. I have plenty of money in the bank. I don't need to come here for a month if I wanted to. Just leave. But if I leave my job and just go off for a month, they're not happy because I'm making them money. And when I'm like, I have enough money, I don't want any more money. In fact, pay me less. Just pay me less. Don't give me a salary. Just take out my salary completely. Just put me on a strict commission. Just that will do me much better. Less control over me. I can make my own money. I can make however much money I want. But so C.S. Joseph and myself are believers. And do they get more religious as they mature? I would say they get less religious and more spiritual. There's a big difference, guys, between religion and spiritual. There is only one. Now, if you're a Christian, a lot of you are, I will use the Bible a lot because I've studied it so intently. But there is only one religion that God says that he will honor. Only one, and it's in the book of James. What is it? Does anybody know? The Mormons? No, Sally, it's not the Mormons. Sally, that was his name. Okay, see, I knew I would remember that name of that producer. Yeah, his name was Sally. Okay, so like a chick. Oh, not gonna say chick, unless I mean Chick-fil-A, which I don't eat there either. But I'm not I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go eat at Chick-fil-A because they're Christian. Like I'm gonna eat where I want to eat, based regardless of what religion the people are that have the business. I don't care if they support things or they don't support things. Do they make a good sandwich? I'm sorry, again, has nothing to do with Rachel, but do they make a good product? That's all I care. But again, going back to biblical principles, the only religion that God says, that the Bible says that God will actually respect is those who visit the widows in their affliction, and those who visit the fatherless in their affliction, and not to be spotted of the world. Pretty damn simple. Now, if I am going to give in a godly way, how do we go about that? Do we ring a bell and go, ding a ding a ding, I gave to the poor. Look at me, everybody. You go to church, go, yeah, I gave $1,000 to that charity event last week. Yeah, I think they'll really get a good use out of that. What am I doing? I'm getting my reward in full. I'm getting paid for the good work I did. So it's got to be secret. It's got to be done. Nobody's looking at it. I don't tell anybody about it. I sneak my hand and give to the poor, and the poor doesn't know who I am either, right? That's the good giving. I'm not saying I do that. That would be virtue signaling. But that's how you give godly, right? Fair. Now, when I go to an organized religion that's Christian, I say, how can I give to your organization, which is clearly rich? You have a $500,000 jumbotron on this side, a matching one on that side, and a mere $250,000 jumbotron in the middle. Okay, I went to Rick Warren's church. Okay, I went there to meet with Rick Warren and those people up there, which Saddleback Church. I used to live in San Diego and Orange County. But what we are doing is we're just saying virtue signaling to all of our peers that are into giving good and being good. And hey, did you read your Bible today? Yeah, I read it. Oh yeah, and then you lie about it. Like this is really what we are. We're just like this type of, like, I don't know, really depraved people when we're in a religion, because we're afraid to buck the norms. We're like, well, that's the way we do it, and that's always the way we do it. We're not changing anything. I mean, all the preachers are ESTJs, probably. I don't know, but and I don't want to lead a 501c3 corporation, but I'm going to tell you the best thing you guys can do, the very best thing that's going to enrich your soul, maybe a lot more than just giving to somebody poor, like rolling down your window and giving a homeless guy that says, I'll be honest, I just want some heroin, and you give it to him, and then you feel good about it. Not as good as they feel, I'm sure, but it's all you get. That's all you get. But when you do things and you do it for the right reason and you do it the right way, then it has more power to do what you set it at. If I make $1,000 I want to give to somebody, then I want it to do something good. I don't want to have to, I can't be the one being glorified. Look, Club ENTP gave $1,000 to this. Da, da, da. That's not good. That's not what I want. If I'm going to do something virtuous, I can't tell anyone. I can't tell anybody unless it's important and I have to. But the heart is, I don't want to tell anybody because it's between myself and my creator. And so then the best thing you can do is have a good conversation about truth with a stranger and don't judge them. If they're wearing horrible clothing, they smell bad, step back, but never ever hold your tongue from words that they need to hear. If they're on your heart and it's the truth and you're saying it out of love, like Mr. Bobby out of love says, you should really stop smoking marijuana. You got to be sober, dude. I mean, that's out of love. He said that to me tonight. And I love him saying that to me. That makes me happy. He's completely right in what he's saying in his reality because he doesn't have the faith that I have. See, where does faith come from? Faith cometh by hearing, hearing by the word of God, Romans 10:17. So if the Bible says it's okay to do it, you can do it. Now, is your heart right? What are you doing it for? Why are you doing it? Is it helping you? Is it helping others? Or is it hurting others and yourself? Marijuana doesn't hurt people. No one's died from marijuana. Oh, maybe they got too high and fell off of a roof. But it doesn't kill people. It's not toxic. I don't have to deep cleanse myself. Alcohol, another thing. That is like you got to go for 6 weeks without alcohol just to get it out of your system, man. It's horrible. You drink it and it comes through your pores. It kills your liver, man. I mean, like your kidneys that marijuana doesn't do anything like that. It's like, but here's the thing. We want the best for everyone. And so Mr. Bobby is projecting his virtue onto me, which is everybody does it. Everybody does it. I do that. You do that. We all do that. We compare ourselves. If I'm a, I would say, let's say I'm an environmentalist. Okay. I'm an environmentalist and I'm trying to stop, sabotaging boats and things and vandalizing and breaking laws and doing these really extreme things to prevent people from doing what I don't want them to do because I feel it's not right for them to do something. Then I'm imposing my virtues on them and it will have no effect on them at all. It won't make them question what they're doing for a living. It's just going to make them question, how did you not end up dropping off the planet before you got to them because you're so, narrow-minded in their mind. So that's a different reality, a different universe. You can only be the best you can be. And when people see that, if they don't like it, they don't have to look at it. If they like it, they can stay, they can listen, and you have to be a good host. The Bible talks about, I'm bringing it up a lot, about practicing hospitality. Okay, when we have a guest onto our show, we practice hospitality. And, even though I might joke around and razz them a little bit, and poke at them a little bit here and there, just to kind of, see what comes out of them. It's still important that you all like and subscribe. Don't forget, okay? But it's important that we let people be who they are and let them see us by being transparent and truthful about everything. When I talk to my kids about marijuana, I went to my children and said, okay, because I didn't use it for a long time. I thought it was bad. I believed in a lot of hype. But when I moved up here, I started raising my children. I did the research and I found out, you know what? I'm going to start using it. And because I'd pop pills. I was drinking alcohol occasionally, but, I was like looking for something, being in a bad marriage for, the first and the second marriage. It's like you tend to want to escape and be yourself and be alone and, drink a little too much and, get a little sentimental and deal with your emotions in a sloppy way and cry, just like for no reason. We ENTPs, we don't know how to handle emotion. When I cry over stupid stuff like a beautiful commercial, about an interracial children, accepting each other. I mean, I could still get I can make myself cry. I think about things like that, and I see that as That's beautiful. But it's like a ridiculous thing that I could cry on command if I think about that because it's beautiful. It's people coming from different areas, different dimensions, different maybe not dimensions, different universes, and finding no fault in their fellow man, and yet they they want to analyze and they want to understand that other person, and that's where we ask questions, and that's where we answer questions truthfully. If we are if we're humble and we're not doing everything in vain, which most of us are doing everything in vain all the time. If you don't believe me, read Psalms 39. Okay. That there's nothing that we do that isn't vain. It's all about self-preservation. And our family is like on a lower level that we will put our wives below our comfort or our children below our comfort or whatever it is. That's selfish. By the way, this is really good stuff. Non-alcoholic, of course. But we have to be squirrel. We have to be willing to open ourselves up to criticism. I am always opening myself up to my children's criticism. I say, kids, am I a hypocrite? And we're walking and we're talking. And inevitably they say, yeah, we see some hypocrisy in you. I'm like, okay, tell me, what is it? Because whether they're right or wrong, they're not in trouble. They're not, I want to know what they see. They might not see properly from their perspective, but it's then my opportunity to correct that if in fact that's what is happening. So you open yourself up to your children saying, "What do you see in my life that isn't it isn't like standing up with what I say, you know, or am I telling you to do something that I'm not willing to do myself?" When you do, you get some honest answers, but they can be honestly wrong, but that's okay. They could be, "Yeah, you're a hypocrite. You do this and you do that." They might just unleash on you. Well, you probably deserve that. And that's how you have to take it. Even if they're wrong, you deserve it because you didn't explain yourself to begin with and you led them to bitterness. And so we are not to lead our children to bitterness. You know that. We're to we're to raise them in kindness. And so, my kids are the best. I mean, your kids are probably the best too, but I mean, my kids are really awesome. I just am so proud of them. And people are impressed. They're like, wow, these are some amazing people, I'm thankful for my first wife who let me raise them and did to raise them the way that I saw fit. And I am so thankful for that. If I did anything for my kids, I let them be who they are today. I didn't hinder them. My daughter, I would never buy her girl toys. No Barbies, no Hot Wheels, motorcycles, cool bikes, choppers, helicopters, airplanes, drones, you name it. That's what now she was a little bit before the drone era, but anything that was cool, I want my daughter to play with. And my son, I'm sorry, girl toys suck, everybody. Girl toys it's the worst. So I'm sorry, but I'm I just don't think they're fun. I think they're too conditional. I think they condition us to go, well, you just get to work in a kitchen when you grow up. Oh, you're gonna learn how to do the dishes, little Sally. There's that Sally again. But yeah, we we ENTPs don't put restrictions on anyone around us. We don't say, no, you have to conform to what we believe because we don't even know what we believe half the time. We're not even sure. That's why we're asking so many questions. And it's great when people ask an ENTP questions because my gosh, we want to tell you. We want to know. We're happy that you actually care, or that you've called us up and says, "Hey, this is going on in the world right now. What do you think about it?" Like, well, let me tell you what I know is going on. And we can look at patterns and say, well, we see history repeating itself in this and this and that. So we'll look for patterns. Whether or not we'd be good in working in the stock market, that's something I wanted to get involved in, but I don't know. I don't really I don't really have any desire for it, but I just like the excitement of the boiler room type of atmosphere, where you're in a room with a bunch of people and everybody's making just great money and you're happy, you've got cash in your pocket, the people around you respect you because you're, number one, or you're you're making them money. When an ENTP works and they love what they do, they're going to be the number one person no matter what. They will relentlessly, no matter, I mean, it does depend on what we're talking about. Okay. I'm not talking about the number one accountant here, people. I'm not talking about the number one, dentist. I'm talking about the number one lawyer, the number one sales representative, the number one advertising executive, the number one somebody that uses their imagination. Look at the number ones in sports right now, people. Look at the number one boxer on the planet. He's 6'9". His name is Tyson Fury. He is also a Christian believer, which a lot of people like that. But again, I wouldn't agree with probably 90% of what he believes in, I'm sure. I don't expect to. I don't expect that he would believe in 90% of what I believe in. I have scientific reasons why I believe in the Bible. I am a very literal, logical individual, and I do not believe in magic. I don't believe in unexplainable miracles. I believe everything is explainable. And that doesn't mean that my faith is less because I just want to believe in fairies and, pixie dust. I don't want to believe in a single fallacy in my life. It scares me, even about myself. I want to know the truth about me. I don't want to live in a delusional life. I have lived in a delusional life. I lived as a religious person for a while. So just because I say I'm an elephant doesn't mean I'm an elephant, and it doesn't make me an elephant. And so when I say that I'm not religious because religion is bad, well, then what do you do religiously? Really, don't just go, I like that idea. I'm going to subscribe to that belief system, like a smorgasbord. Like, I like this from the Mormons. I like that from the Muslims. I like this from the Seventh-day Adventists. And, that one over there from the Catholics. No, I don't. That doesn't look good. That looks pretty bad. And so this is why we cannot be involved in organized religion and still be happy. It's like, you ever seen Tigger on Winnie the Pooh? When he is forced to stop bouncing in Rabbit's garden, he becomes very despondent and holds his head down. I look kind of like Tigger, don't I? But Tigger is an ENTP for sure. And, getting back to, I want to talk about three things right now, but I'm going to try and dial it down. I want to see what you guys are reading. You're writing something. And by the way, everybody, if you're new right now, just popping in, you want to hear me answer a question, please put it where it says at Club ENTP. So it's bright orange and I can see it and I'll read it. Otherwise, you're probably writing something amazing. Just copy and paste it, but just put at Club ENTP and I'll be happy to do it. If you guys want to test me on a TI question, I'm down for that too. Mark chapter 3, 28 to 29. Matthew. Oh, cool, man. Thank you. Looking up scriptures. I love it. And, even though you might be religious, I don't hold it against you. I'm not judgmental. I do want to see if we can grow together though, like really spiritually in truth. That's it. Just truth. If it's mathematics, if it's science, if it's physics, if it's how fast the speed of light travels or how fast an electron travels around an atom, these things exist right now. In reality, this very second, yet none of us are aware of it. We're not aware of the fact that if no one was looking at the moon, there would be no moon physically to see. If you don't believe that, just go back to a 100-year-old study called the two-slit experiment, and it will show you that all of reality is only in wave form until we're conscious of it. And that collapses the wave into a particle. That is the two-slit experiment. You can do this experiment yourself. So I've done a lot of research on this. There are people from the other side of the planet simultaneously focusing on which slit the photon will pass through the two slits experiment. And when no one's looking, it is a wave. But when someone's observing it, it collapses the wave and becomes a particle that's visible. The wave is invisible. So we are like in a video game where if you turn a corner too fast, like in GTA, It's like, oh, I turned too fast, and there's like a car that just popped up because it didn't have time to generate the car. It didn't know I was going to turn my head that fast. Well, we live in a quantum field that exists in the tiniest of I can't say particles because they're smaller than particles, but they exist, but they work on they're changed by consciousness. One thought, a wave, and it's a physical thought. It's actually a radio magnetic wave that we are thinking all the time. There's wave patterns. Some of them are alpha, beta, theta, delta when we sleep. We're throwing out electromagnetic waves all the time. So when we're conscious of something, it actually indicates even before the time that we were going to do it, it knows ahead of time whether to be a particle or remain a wave. Tell me that's not divine. Tell me that's not super consciousness in its raw state. It is in timeless. It doesn't exist in time. The just do the I mean, you will be like down the deepest rabbit hole. I promise you, two slit experiment. You will be like mind blown. But Einstein didn't like this theory because he said, I don't like this spooky science because I want to believe that when I don't look at the moon, I walk away, that the moon's still there. Well, the moon's still there because somebody's looking at it. It's somebody's conscious of it all the time out of all the people, all the beings. But if you were in, let's just say in your room, there is no conscious life in my room right now. No mouse, no spider, no insect. It's void of any life. If I'm thinking about my room, the wave pattern collapses and it becomes visible even though I'm not in there. And when I walk in there, I'm conscious of it. It's visible. But if I'm not thinking about it, it's invisible. It's not particle. And that's science. It's crazy. And people don't want to believe it, but it's kind of like we're in I don't want to say a generator or a video game, but video games are just another example of what our reality is. So nothing's new. Computers aren't new. There have been computers in space all the time. Everything's computing. So we just made a little invention that we can, put some batteries in and punch some buttons. But yeah, we're living in the quantum world is very different than the world that you think you're living in right now. So anyways, I want to get back to reality. All right. What says realities of typology? Writes Club ENTP, what about smell? That is actually the biggest part of our brain in memory is devoted to smell. So you should smell me right now. I've got some really good cologne on. What about smell? Do farts exist as waves until we smell them? Well, funny thing is, they're not visible. They don't have to manifest from a wave to a particle. But it's funny. I like your sense of humor. What is your mental situation? Schizophrenia, or what if I may ask they're talking to somebody else. Okay, yeah, cool. So that was Mr. Bobby talking to somebody else. That if they want to talk to me, make sure they put in at Club ENTP so I can see it. So what if, it says reality of typology, what if you aren't thinking about it, but someone else is? Then is it a wave to you, but a particle to, no, it would be a collapsed wave into a particle, no matter if one person's thinking about it. If a mouse walked into my room, the mouse would be aware of whatever it is at its level, and that area would be collapsed into a particle because it's conscious. We're sharing conscious at a higher level than a mouse, much higher level. And so we have a real gift. And so a mouse cannot contemplate the cosmos. A mouse is not able to understand itself inside the universe. And they certainly can't come up with a realistic idea of a creator, and neither can we. You can't imagine what the creator really looks like. Your idea of God is so archaic. It's laughable. A lot of people think God is this old man in a white robe with a big, long white beard in the clouds in front of a gate with pearls on it, and the gate is golden. There's no golden gate like that in the Bible. They just made that up, and St. Peter is there because he's the first Catholic pope and blah, blah, blah. Sorry, Catholics. But, I mean, ENTPs are going to ask the questions that would be very provocative to a religious person, and we might be offensive to them. So I try to practice FE, so I'm aware of what I'm saying ahead of time. Whereas other ENTPs that are not so they don't care as much because they're really self-centered. They're not going to have as developed FE unless they use it to manipulate, which is kind of what they do. We all do that at a very early age, and when you realize you're a people user, you tend to go, "Wow, I don't like people users. I know what they are, and now I'm one. Ooh, bad look." Now, reality typology. If you aren't thinking about something, yeah, and someone else is, that's a good question though. Now I'm just wondering if you're a jokester like me, and what is your type? What type do you classify as? Even to use a preposition at the end of a sentence, it's hard for me to do, but I did it just to be cool and hip. Like, where you at? How about where are you? What about why use an at? At is so unnecessary for you to use words that are pointless. Where are you? Not where are you at? My mom would never answer me if I say, "Where are you at?" I go, "Mom, where are you at?" She goes, "I'm right before the at." I'm like, "Oh, where are you?" "Oh, I'm right here." "Okay, mom, thanks." But yeah. So anyways, you guys have any remember, type in at Club ENTP so I know it's a question to me and that you guys aren't just talking amongst yourselves, because I really want to answer questions. And we're going on our gee many 4 hours and 7 minutes coming up on 4 hours and 7 minutes. I'd say this has been a lot of fun. Club ENTP says reality of typology. I'd say I'm an ISFJ. Oh, cool, cool. I like this. I want to know more about ISFJs. I'm just looking at a way, or I'm just looking at the way things work. Okay. I think people that really, or they rely more on TI or FE end up liking spiritual understandings. I want to look at that too. That's because I want to know why people fall for certain religious beliefs. I mean, I know it's a lot more than cognitive structure. It's also fear and manipulation, but yeah, I think if we really look at what makes us want to know the truth, like what makes us desire a deeper meaning, and it's always, for me, it's always my extroverted intuition. I'm always looking for ways to go, well, what if, because I'm this way, what if I, you know, could change to this? Is it possible? Or why do I do this instead of that? And so you ask yourself all these questions your whole life, and you never know until you realize the cognitive functions have a lot to do, in fact, everything to do with it, including your nature, including your nurture, all those things. Okay, so continuing on, I would I always thought that scientific people would be the least likely to believe in God. And I have found it to be actually the opposite, because the people that are not scientific, they believe in God. I don't believe in their God because they haven't done much thought about it. They haven't really thought it through, and they might have heard some stories, or their family raised them this way, or they might be a Buddhist, but they really don't believe in Buddhism, but they have to do it because they're in a community of Buddhists. It's like, oh, I just want them to be free. I want everyone to know the truth about, first of all, themselves, and then they're free to know the world around them and compare them, you know, not necessarily to compare yourself to other people, but to compare yourself first to a divine nature that is not human. It's not selfish. It doesn't seek for its own. It gives and doesn't want reward. It gives you in secret and doesn't look for praise. It's not virtue signaling to anyone else. It's private. It's just for you. It's intentional. And we are, each one of us, given the fact that you're here right now, living on the planet, is 1 out of 400 trillion, 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 trillion. The fact that you swam out of your dad's right or left testicle and made it to the ovum and beat your way into the egg and then divided yourself into 2 cells and then 4 cells and 8 and on and on. You did that. You did that intentionally. You were alive. You still are alive. You were either a boy or a girl back then. The father determines the sex of the child. So you are originally a girl or a boy when you are leaving your father. So, and going in to make your new cozy new place with a nice relaxing atmosphere, free food. It was great. I'm telling you, being in Inverto fetal, it's the best. Inverto, is that right? Yeah. Anyways, going back. So I'm looking at I comply to medicine so I can blame it. So that's circular reasoning, my friend. That is circular reasoning. Are you happy with that? Are you satisfied with your circular reasoning? I know you're not a square, but being a circular reasoner isn't much better than being a square, if you know what I'm saying. I'd rather be a triangle because at least I'm trying something new. All right, I'm just making up stuff now. Yeah, I'm writing some comedy skits, you guys, and it has to do with like being dyslexic and me being mad at the namer of words or the speller of words. I'm sorry. So it's going to be probably I'm going to have to do some stand up here soon, and I've got to really test out my material. So I'll be talking about vowels and consonants. I mean, why is it that Y is got the best of both worlds? I mean, it's a consonant and it's a vowel. I know sometimes, but whenever it wants to be, like what other letter gets to be a vowel and a consonant? I mean, they got like dual citizenship or something, for letters in the alphabet. Like, they're taking over things. We already have a Y for I. It's I. Or you want to spell it with an E? Use an E. Don't use a Y. Y is just going in there and he's a wise guy. I think that's what it is. But okay, you guys are asking me real questions and I'm going off on a tangent. So, two-parter. I like that. Reality of Typology writes, FI or TI, people go towards good by developing a great internal understanding. JE, TE, or FE, people go towards good by finding a great understanding that works in their world. Mhm. Well, do you think it's just that? It's not that it's just like, it's a lot of it is nurtured that way. You're pushed into something. It's not even your own free will that you were born in the church that you went to and you keep going and you don't like it and you sneeze when you get there. I did. I think I was allergic to the myrrh uh, or the frankincense. I don't know. I was like, "Achoo." And with this schnoz, I mean, it was really uncomfortable. I had to bring a lot of tissue, let's just say. And reality says the two-parter is because of this, getting people to go in a good direction depends on how they are. But it's not guaranteed a person will do either. Okay, so right, you can only lead a horse to water, you can't make it drink, kind of a thing. I think you're trying to say. And that's true. And that's what I've been trying to say about anything. It's like we're really not here on earth to change everyone's life. You're really here to make your own life justified and have a purpose in your life and not to try and bring purpose to everyone else's life. But if I see you doing something stupid and I love you, I'll tell you because I care about you. Okay, so reality writes, it's general. I know high TE users that rejected religion because it didn't work in the world that they saw. So throwing an idea at TE or FE won't always work. Yeah. And here's the other thing is why are you going to a church? Like, what made you want to go if you weren't brought up there? What made you go there? What did you think? You know what I need? I need some organized religion up in this hizzy. I've got too much time on my hands. What made you say that is the organization I want to be a part of, and I'm willing to not even question the validity of what they believe and what they practice. I'm just going to go along because I like them. We usually use a lot of FE when we just go along to get along. And I think that's probably the dominant function is the FE as opposed to TE, which would be, I would believe, the absolute opposite of that, right? I don't know. I'd need to give it more thought, but yeah, I just I want to know, like, do TE people talk to themselves a lot? Like, does that make sense? Like, if you're a TE, would you talk a lot to yourself? Because I know what is it? ESTJs, they're pretty dominant in TE, right? So they're TI in their second, they're SE in their first, I believe. So extroverted sensory, I believe. I could be wrong. Like I said, guys, I'm not an expert. I just know what I know. I know people, and I'm not a sociologist, but I'm a sociologist. Okay, I study the soul, and the soul is what I'm writing about, the self. If I ask you, what is the self? What is it? Could you describe in a paragraph, or not a paragraph, a sentence? What is the self? Can anybody? Oh, good. Reality says ESTP. No, ESTJ is TESI. Yeah. I think ESTJs talk to themselves a lot. I don't know. What do you guys think? Yes. So TE might make people talk to themselves. I'm TI, so I don't talk to myself at all. I don't even talk to dogs sometimes. Like, I could be alone with a dog. I'll just look at it. I love dogs, don't get me wrong, but why would I say something to that dog unless I'm trying to comfort it and go, it doesn't understand what I'm saying. I mean, it might understand certain words. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, that's true. But all in all, I feel a little weird talking to a little poodle. Okay. Now, if it's a big dog, I feel a little bit better about it because I'm not talking to a small little dog. Cats, forget about that. I mean, I love cats, but I'm allergic, so I'm not going to talk or pet a cat. So let me see. You guys have more questions? Good. They talk a lot. Yeah, they do talk a lot. TE talks all the time. In fact, I believe that ESTJ is the most outgoing, extroverted of all types, I believe. I could be wrong, but there's websites say some people are ENTP, others say they're not. I mean, it's kind of subjective, but I'm gonna do what I want, and that is I want to smoke some bud. I want to smoke some bud. Any Romanians out there? I love your language, your music. I sing in Romanian. You guys want to hear me sing in Romanian? No? You should. It's something. I can do that for you guys. It's always fun to speak in Romanian. So, here we go. I think it's clogged. All right. All right. Here we go. Turn this down. All right, here we go. This is in Romanian. All right. Yeah, me elbi agden melhum muftagur. Oh no, that's Egyptian. Never mind. Sorry. This is Romanian. Amintirile mă chinuiesc, amintirile mă răscolesc, nu mă rezist. Fara ea despreț în noapțile, astăzi mi-a rămas doar amintirile. Tu n-ai știut Cât am suferit, singur să trăiesc din aminti. Tu n-ai știut cât am suferit, singur să trăiesc din aminti. How's that? If you want me to sing the Egyptian, yeah, that's I could do that too. But if you don't want to hear it, I understand. I understand. I'm gonna pout over here. FI, you guys don't even ever think that I have FI anywhere near my upper stack. You guys, the ones that are like, he's displaying a lot of FI. Gotcha. Don't have it. So far, I don't even know how to deal with it. So yeah, right. Reality writes, if you could give the Romanian culture a type, what type would it be? What's the craziest type? No. I'm joking. All right. Just the girls, the hot ones are crazy. When they are a beautiful, beautiful culture. They're very attractive people, by the way, like ridiculously attractive. I mean, it's like, and they all look alike. I mean, I hate to say that, but they all just look like, wow. It's like I got my wife all over the place over here, But what I would say is I could give them, because the men are, and I love the culture. I love their religion. The Pentecostal Romanians are just great. But then, they're fighting outside and spitting on each other and saying, you're not a true prophet. No, you're not. It's like, oh, you hate to see it, Religion doesn't bring people together as much as it divides them from the rest of the world. I mean, they do it all the time. I mean, you see communities, they just stick to themselves. A lot of these Mennonites and Amish and Apostolic Lutherans, which we have a lot around here. And it's really sad that they don't open themselves up, because it's not, if they're trying to follow the Bible, they're not doing a good job, because they're being seclusionists. They're not going out and being evangelists. And so I don't agree with any religion at all, not even a single one. I mean, I love them all, but I also hate them all equally. There's things to hate about them and there's things to love about them, but I hate most of it. The things that I love about it are they're beautiful because they're truth, and they're selfless. And that's really what the world needs, is less selfishness. And we all struggle with it. ENTPs especially, we are so selfish, and it's hard to fight it. Host Eric, I'm talking about host Eric. He mentioned that to Rachel, he said that, in fact, he even said to me on the show that he did with me, he says, you're less selfish than me. He observed that, which I can only say the reason why I'm less selfish than him is because I have my FE developed more than him. And the reason I have my FE developed is because I told you from the beginning, if you haven't been here for 4 hours and 22 minutes, the biggest thing I've learned in my life is that suffering helped me grow more than anything in my entire existence. In my 53 years of being alive, suffering is the number one thing. And what better way to suffer than have it with your wife, and she's using a child as a weapon? That hurts pretty deep. And then you're treated like a second-class citizen, and you just know somebody else is having their way with your wife. The one thing that you prided yourself on was your virginous wife that you married, that never been with anybody, and your whole reality is crushed and just destroyed. And you look at your life and you just go, how did I manifest this? What's my fault in this? What did I do wrong? And quickly the finger pointed right back, when I was pointing at my wife saying, don't you make me choose between the music industry and what I've worked so hard to do and you, because I'll choose you, but I'll resent you for the rest of my life, with my finger, like, in her face. And that was so dumb. So cool. Not dumb. That was stupid. It was controlling. I was 25, 26, something like that. And, and she, a week or two later, 10 days later, took my little 1.5-year-old daughter and left. I didn't think she would ever leave. She came from Romania originally. She grew up, she got here at 10 years old and lived in a third world country. And here we are living in luxury. And I'm thinking, she's never going to leave this. 6 bedrooms. There's only like 3 of us. I could have 2 bedrooms for myself. And, it's like all those things didn't matter because she didn't feel loved. She didn't feel heard. And when I'm out, doing my shows, night after night after night and touring and then coming home and she does my laundry and finds, you know, phone numbers with lipstick of women putting their numbers in my pocket while I'm on stage. I didn't know. She finds them when she's washing my clothes because I didn't wash my clothes. And voila, the rest is history. And I'm glad it all happened. I'm glad the marriage failed. I'm glad that I got to raise my 2 children without having to deal with a wife that didn't agree with me on a lot of things. We didn't agree on diet. I didn't want my children to have, high fructose corn syrup or dehydrated cottonseed oil or things that I learned in college that were really bad for us. I was like, I couldn't do anything, and set it out and have it come to fruition. Nothing I did was what I intended. It was like, I wanted this to happen, but all this other stuff happened instead. And we're really not the masters of our own destiny as much as we think. And so for any accomplishment for an ENTP to see one thing through all the way to the end, it's always monumentous. And I think that that's really where my highlight, my frame of the moment that I finally was able to say, I did something that I'm absolutely 100% satisfied with. And that was my song to my daughter that I had written when she was in the womb. She was 6 months old in the womb, in she was in her second trimester. And I had her in the studio, my wife, and I sang the song When You Are in My Arms Again. And you can hear that song and see the music video on my official music video playlist. You can go through, there's many, many songs, many music videos. And that one song I had written with the intention of having my daughter hear this song for the first time once she was born in the operating room, and which happened. And I played it over and over and over again until finally she was born. And that was the first song she heard, but she heard it inside her mother for 3 months. She was in the studio when I wrote the song and when I sang it, and it's a very dynamic song. And that's the same original recording as that day. And then my intention was to dance with my daughter when she's older at her wedding as I give her away. And the first dance I give to my daughter will be that song. And I kept it a secret from her. I didn't tell her that's what I was going to do. She knew it. She knew I was going to play that song. And so you can hear in the video when people toast, she says, I knew it. Because I said, you know what song it is? Because I was like, because she was all getting ready for her big wedding. And it was a beautiful wedding. And you could see it there on that music video. It was a palace with, I don't know, 5 bedrooms that we spent the night in. And it was incredible. And anyways, that was the one moment I said, I finally did something complete. From one thought, I want this song to be my daughter born to it, her song, When You Are in My Arms Again, like deja vu. Her name is Deja. Then you will recall how much I love you. And that's all that I wanted to say. That's it. And I love you guys. I love, being able to breathe and survive without being oppressed by someone. I want everyone to be free. I don't want them to be oppressed by their religion. I want them to be free in their mind. I want them to use marijuana if they know it's good for them, if they know that they could benefit from them, if it gets them off of something like tobacco, if it gets them off of alcohol, if it gets them off of you name it, overeating. Don't get the munchies though. I get the munchies, but the munchies don't get me. All right. So I control my appetite. I don't overeat not because I'm worried about getting fat or whatever. That is, I don't want to be unhealthy and I don't want to look bad, but I really I don't want to pollute my body because I feel like this is on loan, and I'm trying to do the best I can with it. So I want you all to remember that if you're not taking care of your body's not taking care of your mind's not taking care of your emotions, and no one can hear your spirit in that mix if you don't have a good spirit intertwined with yours. And what did Yeshua say? My words, they are truth and they are spirit and they are life. So that's the only thing that gives my spirit life is hearing the truth and the word. And, I mean, I love listening to, you know, even other religions, with their singing and it's we aren't here to be divided. We're not here to be united. We're here to be ourself, but to know ourself. And then when we know who we are, then we know who we should be around and who we shouldn't be around. And it's so important that this is really going to be my main focus in type school, which you'll see I'm an instructor there. I'll be giving a course on knowing the self or the self, and it's an acronym. So be looking for that. I think I should end this. It's been 4 hours and 30 minutes, you guys. I really appreciate everybody that stayed on and still on. I don't want to go. I don't want to leave. Do you guys want to say anything? Sheep never find the shepherd. Ooh, I like that. You guys have all these great things I haven't been able to read, and I'm going to read them all. I just don't have, I don't have the patience to sit there and read and be silent and process, especially when there's like all this abbreviation and things like that. So thanks for not abbreviating things for me because I may not know what they are. I know what POS means. No, parent over shoulder. Yeah, okay. I thought piece of shit. Parent over shoulder. I hope that's what that meant. My kids were talking. They weren't saying I was a piece of, what I mean. I'm just kidding. But I want to be on a comedy store or show or stage somewhere very near. I hope you guys all will pay attention to that because I want to put myself in a very uncomfortable position. The only time I've ever done stand up was down in Honduras, and that was when I was drinking. But I think it was really funny. Well, they were laughing, but I was missing my wallet that night. But it's another story. But they did get me home in a little cab. So I want to see any more great comments. I cringe. Yes, I am cringe. You've heard of I am robot. I am cringe. All right. So have a good night. So thank you, reality typology. You were a really great part of tonight's show. Mr. Bobby, you're always a great part of anything I do. I appreciate all of your comments. I always like to read them. Oops, sorry about that, you guys. Boba Fett said, yeah, but Augie's shepherd is Sophia. She's a Gnostic. That's hidden language. It's hidden from us. We don't know what Gnostic means. And why do they have to pronounce it with an N when it starts with a G? It's Gnostic or just take out the G. Well, the G has to be silent. Why are you using these words so flippantly? Conserve. I'm just kidding. That's a fake rant. I'm just practicing my material on you guys. You're currently confounds us. You're certainly confounds us or confounds it. I don't know what that means. You lack the fear of the Lord, Mr. Bobby. Ooh, that's not a good thing to lack, you guys. And I'll read through what you guys are talking about, but you guys are probably arguing amongst yourselves, which just brings me right back to religion is just that which divides us. We are religious about the environment. We're religious about our liberalisms. We're religious about our conservatisms. We're religious about it. We like to be religious about things. Augie is a Gnostic. Okay. Well, Gnostic is hidden knowledge, and there's nothing hidden on heaven or earth from the word of God. So if we have the word, there is nothing Gnostic. There's nothing hidden from us.
We have the mind of Christ. Why wouldn't we use it to judge rightful judgment? And just like Yeshua, he met with the prostitutes, the drunkards, the drug addicts, the rejects, the cripples. If you're an ENTP, you get it. You get it because sometimes that's the only people that are humble enough to hear the words that have to come out of your soul. Sometimes you got to go to the crippled, the lame. And although, if you're my friend and you're crippled, you know, I love you enough to make fun of you about your because I'm going to show you it's not who you are. I can make fun of it because there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing I can do about it, but I'm not going to ignore it. But I'm going to make fun of it because you're going to make fun of me. Sometimes that's not always, appropriate, but I'm sure, within reason. But like, if my friend has, erectile dysfunction, I'm not going to make fun of that. Well, I might. But anyways, but I want to just say that, I think judging someone that they have no fear of God, then without real evidence that's dangerous. I don't say things about Satan or the devil that's not actual function, like factual. I've heard people say, I think the devil's female or the devil is female. Like, oh, wow. You want to do that? You want to bring that on you? Why? Is it really important that your idea how about instead of saying this deity, which we don't fully understand and we don't want to mess with, may be, in my opinion, female, but I don't know. What do you think? I mean, but the audacity. I mean, I'm not a fan of Satan, but I'm not a fan of blaspheming or bringing railing accusations against a celestial being or blaspheming God and things I don't know about God and saying things on God's behalf when I don't know. But yeah, it's fun to talk about religion and politics. But like I said, as politics goes, ENTPs are the only type that is in the center in libertarian and not um, author, author, authoritarianism. Oh my gosh, I'm losing my voice. I should go, you guys. But I had a lot of fun, and this went a lot longer than 2 hours, and I'm glad because there really isn't much more that I want to do in my life, but have good conversations with people who have good intentions to, you know, entertain some of the things I'm saying. I have a lot of things that I'm going to tell you in the future that don't come from a Bible. It doesn't come from a script. It doesn't come from a school. It comes from intuition, and it comes from triangulating the rest of the universe that maybe some of you all aren't thinking about on a daily basis like I am. Like, you're not going into deep meditation maybe every day and thinking about the cosmos and thinking about the universe and thinking about the equator on the planet and all the turmoil and horror and terror going on all around the world at the same time. We're not conscious of their consciousness. And maybe if you're more conscious of other people's consciousness, you will have better FE. You'll care about what they're conscious of. It's hard though. It's hard when you're not a feeler. It's third on your stack, but you can do it. But it takes suffering. Otherwise, why? If you're getting everything you want through manipulation, why bother changing, right? If you just have the world handed to you on a silver platter from the day you're born, an only child, you're never raised to a higher standard. Why would you change? It works for you. You're comfortable. And that's ultimately what everybody wants, is just to be left alone. Just leave me alone with my radial tires and my microwave oven. Just leave me alone and I'll be fine. I'll watch my late night shows. I'll stuff my face with my favorite treats, and that will be my life and my legacy. Well,
Good night, everybody. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I thank you so much. Make sure to hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and please go and binge my playlists. I've got a lot of Easter eggs in there, a lot of things. I want you to see the progression, how bad of a train wreck this show was originally, and I hope it's a lot better now. So, good night, and I really, really have enjoyed this time with all of you. Can't wait to read all your comments because I know there's a lot of to be gleaned. So good night. And from Club ENTP, I am Daparu, the Crusha. And you can call me whatever you want. All right. You can call me an INFP, an ENTP, whatever. You can call me an SOB. But I really enjoyed all your comments and can't wait to read them all. Take care and write some notes and go back to the last episode and put in something really clever and funny. And I can read it at the end on viewer mail. Peace. Good night.